What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701 In the Name of Salvation. Holy Terra. The Emperor, who had not returned to the palace for a long time, was walking in the corridor that had not yet been rebuilt. No one knew he was here. The palace was too large, and it was difficult to restore because of its uniqueness and artistry. Many places had not even been repaired, not to mention the traces left by the war. Bullet marks, traces left by gunpowder explosions, fragments of soldiers' armor. All these together gave it a completely different temperament. The broken walls could almost be called ruins. The Lord of Mankind was walking in this ruin. There was a roar of an aircraft above his head. Without looking up, he knew that it was a new model transport ship loaded with grain seeds. It was about to go to a planned planting area in the northwest of Terra, where they would be sown. Terra, which had lost its last piece of soil for an unknown period of time, finally ushered in a rebirth. So did the Empire. So did he. The Emperor raised his head and stared at the scratches left in the sky by the transport ship after it went away. He and the Empire were both saved, but the Savior was now in a dilemma. Genic energy surged from the void, and golden flames rose and fell, enveloping his body. His eyes turned golden, and in the flames, his form began to gradually change. From an ordinary Eurasian barbarian, he turned into a tall man wearing exquisite power armor and a laurel crown. He closed his eyes, and a tree man he had seen before was pulled out of the void. It was still wearing the funny pajamas, but its eyes, which should have been lit, were dim and even did not react when the Emperor pulled it out. The Lord of Mankind raised his hand and pointed, and a tiny psychic energy belonging to him shot out from his fingertips. After receiving this psychic energy, the tree man's body, which had lost its breath of life, and its branches and leaves, which had even withered a little, regained vitality. In a few seconds, the tree man's body was rejuvenated again. The eyes lit up, and a green light emitting vitality flowed in them. Ah, isn't this my second favorite customer? It just woke up and waved to the Emperor enthusiastically. My second favorite? Do you want to know who my first favorite customer is? I'm a little interested. The Emperor nodded. It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I'm sorry, customer. A smile appeared on the tree man's face. This is a business secret. I never reveal the identity of my customers. Privacy is very important. What do you think? The Emperor did not smile, but nodded calmly. Let's get down to business. Are you still leading people to cross-border business? Of course. This is my most profitable business. The tree man blinked at the Emperor. So, what work do you have for me this time? Same old, cross-border business, one person. But I need to ask you one thing. Please ask. I will charge you at my discretion. The tree man rubbed his hands expectantly. To be honest, it really likes dealing with people like the Emperor, you know. It's hard to find such customers with a lot of money, little work and fast checkout. How much do you know about deification? I mean the ascension to godhood through faith. Ah, the tree man clapped his hands suddenly and exclaimed, then you have finally found the right person. I have killed more than 10,000 gods of faith. Wait, you just said deification? Yes. The Emperor nodded expressionlessly. Then the situation is completely different. The tree man's expression suddenly became serious. It even took out a pair of glasses from somewhere and put them on. It looked very funny, but its tone was not funny at all. First of all, before we start, I have to ask you, do you want to reverse the process of deification or speed it up? Reverse, the Emperor said without hesitation. Besides, I want it without any side effects. The tree man's expression did not relax at all, and he was still serious. Deification is a rare phenomenon, different from traceable phenomena such as ascension to godhood or natural deification. Deification refers to the qualitative change of a life caused by receiving too much faith in a short or a long period of time. Faith is complex and harmful, especially for us mages. I can tell you the truth, the mages of the White Tower Council are extremely resistant to deification, because it is no different from poison to us. The tree man pushed his glasses. 1,000 people who believe in you will have 1,000 different ideas. This person may think you are a kind god, but another may think you are an unkind god. Adding all these together, fragmented beliefs will devour his original personality while enhancing the power of the deified person. No, it is more like a god that completely conforms to the believer's imagination is born from their bodies. This is the side effect of faith. The tree man said solemnly, this process can be reversed, but the method of reversal is different depending on the length of the period, and the consequences are also different. He is still in the early stage. The emperor replied immediately, he can still maintain the unity of will and personality, his power is not affected, and his faith is not completely exposed. The tree man nodded, that's good. The solution is actually very simple. It took off its glasses and once again showed its mercenary appearance and attentive smile. Then, my dear customer, let's talk about the reward. Angren let go of the hand holding the tree man's arm with disgust, jumped from midair, and splashed a puddle of smoke and dust on the ground. He didn't like to come into contact with this alien, but for what? He could endure it. The tree man obviously noticed his disgust, but still smiled and didn't care at all. It floated in the air, opened a black portal, and went in, and didn't forget to wave goodbye to Angren. Good luck to you, sir. Remember to call me after you have collected the materials, and I will be there as promised. Angren waved his hand at it with a gloomy face, indicating that he already knew. The tree man then went into the portal and left, leaving him alone. The emperor said why he was chosen to carry out this mission. Angren didn't really care about those reasons, such as the fact that he was the only one who had made a conscious cross-border, etc. In his opinion, it was natural for him to carry out this mission. The pitch-black metal surged like water, covering his cold face. The hideous helmet was fully revealed, and the scarlet eyepiece surged with blood like a living thing. High-temperature steam surged from his back, and a surging, blood-like white cloak popped out from behind the shoulder armor. The Lord of Red Sand stood here. He is about to start a killing in the name of salvation. There is another chapter to be opened separately. Chapter 702 In the Name of Salvation. Angren knew very little about this world. Based on the information provided by the tree man, he could only draw one conclusion. He had to be careful. The tree man did not hide anything and told him everything he knew. This was a world with many powerful people, and it was somehow connected to Shenyan, and these connections became the key to saving him. The Lord of Red Sand raised his legs and walked forward. He did not walk fast, but he was careful enough. The huge trees blocked out the sun and even the sky. The ground was very muddy. If he hadn't had the help of magnetic boots, he would have had a hard time. There were many wild animals in the forest, and one of them seemed to be the overlord of this place. They were giant bears, even taller than Angren. Fortunately, these giant bears were not stupid. They could sense the cruel threat from Angren, and they spontaneously gave way without him driving them away, and they didn't even dare to get close to him. About half an hour later, he finally walked out of this vast dark forest. What appeared before his eyes was a vast plain, with fertile land and lush weeds. However, it seemed a little strange. The analysis function of the helmet had been activated, but no trace of human existence was detected. Logically, such fertile land would attract many herders. Angren could see the sheep grazing leisurely, but he could not see any people. After a moment, he raised his head and stared at the huge tree far away in the sky. He raised his hand to feel the golden light it emitted, and then took off his helmet. With some anger, the Lord of Red Sand took a deep breath of the air of this other world. Storm Hill. This is an ancient name. Some people speculate that it is because of the ancient castle on the hill, Windvale City, and some scholars say that it is because of the howling storm that never dissipates on the hill. What the truth is, it has long disappeared in the wind like the owner of Windvale City. What is left is only the castle, the storm, and a ruin. Today, the ruins before the level below the hill welcomed a special visitor. He was an evil guest. Obviously, he was as tall as a giant, with a ferocious helmet, black armor, and a blood-red cape behind him. Nobles would not wear this. They prefer gorgeous armor. Adventurers would not wear this. They like light leather armor. And knights would not wear this. They were not qualified. Perhaps only demigods would like such armor. and perhaps only they could afford to wear such armor. Those who are qualified to wear such heavy armor that looks like a walking fortress must not be ordinary people. If you have to say it, only the fact that he was unarmed seems strange. Therefore, the captain of the soldiers in the ruins before the level, a low-level knight, quickly went to meet him. His original intention was to say hello, but the giant did not even look at him. Strange syllables burst out of his mouth, cold, murderous, and terrifying. The captain of the soldiers trembled uncontrollably and put his hands on his waist, but before he put his hands on the handle, he was strangled by a hand. In his eyes, the world seemed to have gone dark. Everything quickly faded away, leaving only the shadow in front of him, horrible, deep, huge, and with a chill that seemed to freeze one's soul. Then, there was a sentence that he didn't understand at all, but he could still understand its meaning from those few syllables. He didn't need to know what the sentence meant, because he had seen it through the scarlet eyepiece. With a click, he died. Throwing away the still warm body, Angren heard a loud horn sound. This made him smile grimly. Very good, very good. Raising his right hand, he pulled out a giant axe wrapped in golden lightning from the void. The exaggerated amplitude and ferocious shape made it look naturally intimidating, not to mention the blood that had begun to emanate from Angren's back. They were wrapped around his armor and looked very fitting. Red and black, lightning and axe. The giant raised his hand and took a step. The ground trembled, and the soldiers looked at the giant in front of them in bewilderment and helplessness. What is this? Is this an enemy? Are we going to fight against such an enemy? Their questions were destined to remain unanswered, because Angren knew his purpose from the beginning. He came here to kill, to pave a path for himself with the corpses of many powerful men, and at the end of this path was his life. Moreover, in his eyes, these soldiers were not human, and it was even difficult to say that they were subspecies. They had human bodies and appearances, but their insides were rotten and filled with the same rotten smell as the giant tree, which made people feel sick and hateful. He simply stepped in front of them and swung his axe. Boom. It was hard to say whether this was the sound of thunder, but more like the roar of some giant beast. In the eyes of the soldiers, they could not even catch the trajectory of this blow. In the thunder, they trembled, they collapsed, and then they died. The bodies were scattered all over the ground, and the smell of burning and smoke rose up. Angren stepped over their bodies expressionlessly, and suddenly realized that his hard heart was probably one of the reasons why the Emperor insisted on him coming. If Sanguinius or Fulgrim were here, they would probably use more gentle means. But he was different. In his heart, these aliens were different from Shenyan. There was no comparison between them. Not even enough for him to show a trace of courtesy. He had already sensed that somewhere on the hill, there was a breath of a strong man. Just as he was thinking this, Angren suddenly raised his head, and a hideous smile appeared on his face under the helmet. Bang! With the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, a calm, wise, but furious voice slowly sounded in the smoke and dust. What a brutality! Who are you? How dare you commit such a cruel crime against the followers of the Golden Tree? In its eyes, Angren did not answer its question. He just stood there with his axe arrogantly. There was nothing in those blood-red eyes, only calm nothingness. The next second, the face it thought was Angren suddenly dissolved. A face that surprised it was revealed. The firm, unshakable will actually made it slightly startled. Then, it heard a cold voice. Come on! It didn't understand the meaning, but it could tell from Angren's actions. The battle has begun. Sorry, I was pulled to cover a shift by the patrol team after dinner. I just came back not long ago. I'm already considering resigning. Chapter 703. In the name of salvation. Staring at the ugly alien in front of him, who was almost as tall as him, Angren stepped forward and struck him with an axe. Crack! Lightning crackled and shook the air. The alien's cloudy pupils suddenly shrank, and the huge cane in his hand, which was as twisted as rotten wood, was raised at the same speed. Dang! A huge sound of metal clashing rang out, and the ground was shattered by the wrestling of the two, and the bodies of the soldiers were pushed far away by the aftermath. Angren grinned and took a step forward. The axe blade naturally slid across the surface of the cane, and the lower part of the axe hooked the cane, and then suddenly exerted force. Bang! The alien looked at this scene in shock and anger. The previous huge sound was the sound of his cane being taken away and thrown to the ground, like thunder. Just a face-to-face. It lost its weapon. How could this be? Exclamation mark. Who on earth is this person? Exclamation mark. However, what made it even more angry was yet to come. Angren actually slowly put down the lightning axe in his hand. The golden lightning that was boiling like magma subsided, and the sharp axe face embedded in the crumbling ground. He raised his hands, but there was nothing in them. Then, Angren waved at it. Seeing this, it roared in anger, and its hideous face, which still had a human appearance, was completely occupied by anger. However, Angren's expression was terrifyingly calm. The next second, the alien that was still standing rushed towards him, so fast that there was even a sound of explosion in the air. With a fixed look in his eyes, Angren swung his fist with his backhand, and collided with its right fist, causing a huge sound wave and smoke and dust. The alien did not stop there, but launched a series of crazy attacks, punches, kicks, even headbutts. Its desire to win was not concealed, and it was fully presented to Angren. As a warrior, the Lord of Red Sand knows that fists, feet, and swords will not deceive people. It wants to win very much. There must be some reason why it has to win, but so do I. The armor was hit by the continuous attack that was as turbulent as the sea, and the heavy muffled sound echoed on the plain. Frightened birds flew across the sky, chirping ominously. Sheep and deer ran fast on the grass, and only the huge trees still stood on the horizon, looking at this place without any emotion. In the continuous attack, the alien thought it had seized the opportunity. It took a step back, raised its upper body high, and the raised right fist formed an exaggerated range with its upper body. However, it had to do much more than that. A plan that had been formed in its mind since the loss of the weapon was fully revealed at this moment. Fragments of golden light fell from the gap between its clenched right fist, and a huge warhammer condensed in an instant. Angren's eyes changed at that moment, and he couldn't help but smile excitedly, his canine teeth sticking out of his lips, like a mad dog baring its teeth. Die, madman, it roared, and the warhammer smashed down. Angren could feel the impact that was already enough to make his heart palpitate before it came, and the muscles on his face were slowly deforming due to the huge wind pressure. But, however, he did not retreat a single step. On the contrary, Angren rushed forward. The warhammer smashed down, creating a huge circular pit on the ground. The ruins in front of the entire checkpoint collapsed completely, and the rubble buildings and the bodies of the soldiers fell into the deep pit together. In this doomsday-like scene, the alien did not show any joy of achieving victory. The long-planned attack just now did not hit its enemy. Its face was as gloomy as water, and it retreated violently without any regrets. A thick long tail stretched out from the tattered cloak, and with great force, it attacked a black shadow in midair. Who else could it be but Angren? He grinned and stretched out his hands, and the deep red blood wrapped around it, and the boiling temperature distorted the air. With great power and violent temperature, Angren held its tail with both hands. At that moment, the alien felt a pain that was more painful than when the wildly growing horns on its head were sawed off alive when it was a child. It couldn't help but roar wildly. The place where the long tail was held had completely deformed at that moment. The boiling blood swallowed its tail abruptly, and a section of the tail fell to the ground, and the blood gushed out with it, like a rain curtain. It's finally getting interesting, Angren said with a grin. You are a respectable opponent. If you have any tricks, use them quickly, otherwise, you will regret it. Brazil. The alien could not understand what he was saying. In its eyes, the language used by this suddenly appearing rebel was not any language it knew. In this case, there was nothing to say. It knew that this person must not be a citizen of the Golden Tree. Then, he was a heretic. With sharp eyes, the alien stretched out his hand. Angren stopped and let it do what it wanted. I thought it would be attacked, but unexpectedly, it just recalled its cane. Oh, it seems that this is not just a cane. How about it? Do you have any new surprises for me? Facing his provocative question, the alien just waved the wide tattered cloak with a gloomy face. The next second, its body scattered into countless golden light spots and dissipated on the spot. Only one sentence remained. I swear in the name of the last king, Mungert, you shall die, traitor. Angren could not understand what it was saying, but he thought it was probably just some threats. He stood in the pit and yawned out of boredom. He thought there would be a wonderful battle, but it actually ran away. Ha! The alien is an alien. No honor at all. With a light jump, he returned to the ground and waved his hand. The lightning axe that had flown 1,000 meters away returned to his hand. It trembled slightly, and lightning wrapped around the axe handle, driving away all the high-temperature steam and blood from his armor. The black armor was shiny again. Looking up, Angren stared at the huge golden tree on the horizon, and a feeling of hatred began to take root in his heart. The analysis system of the helmet had already told him what it was from the beginning. In essence, this golden tree was the same as the evil god, or even inferior. They are all the same, wrapping toxins in a sweet coat to trick people into swallowing them, making them rotten, corrupted, and transformed into monsters. But at least those evil gods don't bother to hide their true intentions and desires. And this similar tree, HMPH, he snorted disdainfully, and the helmet surged up from his neck again like a wave, covering his face. The scarlet eyepiece was lit up, and Angren left the place in a few leaps. He needed a chance to get close to the tree. He had a premonition that what he needed for this journey must be related to the tree. There is one more chapter. Chapter 704. In the name of salvation, the royal city, Rodo. This place was originally the place with the most blessings from the golden tree. The Atan plateau outside the city was even more breathtakingly beautiful when the Elden Ring had not yet been broken. Whenever the breeze blew, the golden wild grass would be gently blown, swaying with the tall trees. At that time, people could live for a long time, without worrying about death or anything else. They were the people blessed by the golden tree, the favored ones who were blessed by God. But the ring was broken, and a war broke out. The demigods began to fight each other, and the entire border was plunged into war, even reaching to the bottom of the royal city. A sigh sounded in a corner of the royal city, and the alien who had fought with Angren before slowly got up from his chair, stretched out his hand, and picked a withered yellow leaf that fell from the sky. Around him, there were many chairs of different sizes. He looked at the fallen leaf with sad eyes. After the blessing was gone, even the trees were no longer full of vitality, let alone people. The golden people are slowly rotting. They are still alive, because this is the blessing of the tree, but they are rotting from the inside. Even he, the last king Monget, cannot reverse it. This king, who is famous but not many people have seen, is not as tall and majestic as the legend says. He is indeed tall, but looks like a demon, with hideous and twisted horns on his head. His skin is gray like gravel, tall, but skinny, and a long tail vertical to the ground. Because of the long tail, he can't even wear normal clothes, and can only wear a wide and tattered cloak. Fortunately, there are not many people in the royal city who are qualified to meet him. However, this appearance is preserved in the world under another name, Bad Omen. They are cursed children, abandoned by the golden tree. They are so ugly when they are born, so they are considered to be cursed. Parents will cut off their horns, the more cruel ones will kill their children directly, and the kinder ones will abandon them. This was the case with Monget. He and his fellow brother who was gradually drifting away were the sons of evil Omen abandoned in the sewers of the royal city. At this moment, the ugly king with two faces was looking at the fallen leaves in his hand with a sad but gentle look. After a long time, he sighed, covered his chest and abdomen, and slowly sat on the ground. He had never liked that chair. It was too cold and too majestic. He didn't like it. What's more, he was a little injured now. The battle outside the Windvale city was originally his illusion, but the rebel who fought with him had some ability to directly hurt his body. Monget had never seen such a thing, and the magical prayer bestowed by the golden tree never mentioned such a thing. Was it magic? He didn't know. The last king, the last demigod who did not participate in the war for the broken ring, the ugly, unloved, and even unable to see his true face, Monget raised his head with his turbid eyes and glanced at the huge golden crown above his head. Then, he said nothing. In a broken church, a merchant in a red cape was curled up in a corner by his trembling donkey. He was also very scared, but he didn't show it. He just gritted his teeth. He patted his donkey with his hand and comforted it softly. "It's okay, right? We will be fine, we will be fine." He said this, but he didn't really believe it. Before, the terrifying and continuous shaking made him think that the world was going to be destroyed. Kale even began to look forward to this kind of thing. After all, he was a member of the wandering people, not blessed by the golden tree, even cursed, expelled, exiled, and never allowed to return home. But the earthquake-like terrifying scene stopped for some reason. He didn't dare to leave, or even look outside. Not long ago, the big tree knight who had been wandering here came here and seemed to be hesitating whether to go over. Although he didn't go over in the end, he looked very upset. Kale didn't intend to act rashly. He had to be very careful and had to consider any possibility that he might be hurt. To him, the great tree knight was no different from a god. He only needed a light attack to kill him. Moreover, he would not be punished. Thinking of this, his eyes hidden under the brim of his hat dimmed slightly. However, wanderers are best at self-consolation. Kale soon began to think about why the great tree knight did not leave. His experience gave him the answer. Mission. The great tree knight's mission is to guard Nimjfu and not let any returning dead leave the tomb. So he will not leave. Everyone has a mission. Even the dead have one. They are awakened from death to reshape the Elden Ring. And what about him? What is his mission? Is it to wander aimlessly? Then, it is really a sad fate. Kale laughed at himself. About 10 minutes had passed, and there was no more vibration. He felt relieved, patted the donkey's back again, stood up, and planned to relight the fire in front of him and make himself a dinner. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the roar of the great tree knight. Who are you? Stop here. Are they the dead who have returned? How could they make the knight so angry? Kale raised his eyebrows, walked around the ruins of the broken church, hid in the bushes and looked forward. However, this curious look made him feel cold to the bone. A monster was fighting with the big tree knight. No, that was not a fight. It was a one-sided massacre. The huge golden halberd of the big tree knight was easily caught by the black-armored giant with one hand, and with a casual pull, the big tree knight fell to the ground. The black-armored giant took a step forward and crushed the neck of the war horse with one foot. The cruel sound of flesh and blood spurted out. The giant's scarlet eyes shone with a breathtaking light under the dim sky. The big tree knight roared and stood up from the ground with difficulty. He tried to fight him, but was directly split in half by an axe. What is this? Am I dreaming? Kale retracted his sight with rapid breathing, and his whole body was cold. He felt extremely terrified. Even if it was a dream, he had never thought that someone could kill a tree knight so easily. You know, tree knights are almost synonymous with strength. These people had extraordinary martial arts and extremely exquisite golden tree prayers before becoming tree knights. After becoming tree knights and directly pledging allegiance to the golden tree, they were reborn. Not only did their bodies become larger, but their strength also went up a level. The most important thing is that the armor, shields and weapons are the claws of the tiger, and these things can increase their combat effectiveness by several times. In the Shattered War, the tree knights even had a performance of more than 10 people breaking through the army formation. However, the black-armored giant was even more terrifying. Kale couldn't understand that the strength of the tree knights was traceable, but that giant, no, he was not a human. He shrank in fear in the bushes, not realizing the danger was coming. A cold voice sounded behind him, using a strange language, but with unquestionable majesty and coldness. Stand up, commoner. Angren stared at the human with a strange look. The helmet showed that this was a pure human, uncorrupted, and without the so-called blessing of the damned tree in his body. For this reason alone, Angren would not kill him, even if he had never known the glory of the emperor and the greatness of the empire. After all, he was still a human. His ignorance was not his sin. Thinking of this, his expression softened a little. Brushing aside the grass, Angren repeated it again. This time, his tone was a little gentler. Stand up, commoner. I am Angren from the Holy Empire of Man, and I will never harm you. This part will not last long. Angren will perform a muddying and take away what is needed. This volume is Warhammer, not the Elden Ring. The one who really makes this place better is Ashes. Ha, it seems that I accidentally spoiled it. Anyway, my outline is messy enough, so it doesn't matter. Report by the way. I can see everyone's comments, but they are not in the Kidian client. I guess it's because of the meeting. There's nothing I can do about it. I can only reply here, thank you for your monthly tickets, comments and support. This is very important to me. It's really important. In there, I feel that I have no freedom. The difference between me and those prisoners is that I have a short period of free movement. This month's update is not up to standard, so I don't plan to continue. I will quit this job at the end of the month, which means I will finish this shift. It will affect my writing, so it is not a good job, at least for me. Although the performance of this book is very poor, and the author is a flopper among flops, it is my first book after all. I want to write it well and I want to finish it. I must treat it and all the readers with respect, otherwise I am despising myself. Let's stop here. I'm not selling misery. There is no need. Normal updates will resume next month. Chapter 705 In the Name of Salvation. Ben, Pot, Sir, Pot. What? With an embarrassed and fearful smile, Kale shrank back and reached out to touch his cast iron pot. Pointing at it, he said, Sir, your pronunciation is a little inaccurate. Angren nodded at him. The analysis function of the array was quickly analyzing the language used by the civilian and pouring it directly into his brain. But in just 7 minutes, he was able to understand what the frightened civilian was saying. At best, the pronunciation was just a little weird. I'm not a scholar, Gale. Angren sat cross-legged, folded his arms, and said slowly, it's only natural that the pronunciation is not accurate. So, let's continue. The abominable alien I just killed was called the Great Tree Knight? Yes, sir. Kale licked his dry lips. He was already very thirsty. But Kale didn't notice it. Licking his lips was just a subconscious action for him. For now, all his energy was focused on another thing. With all his energy, Kale was trying to keep his speech even and clear. They are also called the Great Tree Guards, but no one mentions them anymore. They are mainly called knights, and there are very few of them. I have been wandering for more than 10 years, and I have not seen many Great Tree Knights. They all ride horses and wear heavy armor. It is said that they all have very strong blessings from the Golden Tree. Angren snorted disdainfully and slowly closed his eyes. The so-called blessing of the Golden Tree made him furious. He closed his eyes because he did not want the anger in his eyes to scare this poor civilian. In fact, Angren knew that he was already very courageous to sit here and talk with him. Blessing? Were you expelled from your homeland because you did not have the blessing? That's about right, sir. Gale laughed bitterly. This is the sadness of the little people. No matter how much they resent this matter and the people behind it, they can only laugh it off. Otherwise, they will not be able to survive. After receiving a positive answer, Angren opened his eyes. There was no sadness or joy in his dark golden eyes, but Care suddenly felt a chill on his spine. That's not called blessing. Care. The calm voice slowly rang out in the ruined church, passing through the broken eaves and broken walls. Faint golden fragments floated from the sky and gathered into a vague golden human figure at the edge of the church. The people inside seemed to be unaware and continued to express their views. That is a curse that turns people into monsters. Your pure flesh and bones will gradually be polluted, and abominations will gradually replace your blood. Your body will be occupied and your soul will be stolen. Blessing? Ha! What kind of thing can give this so-called blessing? Angren sneered. It's just a parasite. He stood up with a rumble, and high-temperature steam erupted from the gaps in his armor again. The bright red cape behind him began to dance with his movements. Bright red like blood. Wisps of blood wrapped around him. Holding the lightning axe at hand, Angren carried it on his shoulders. Care's neck shook uncontrollably, and so did his head, looking like he was having an epileptic seizure. Looking directly at the Primarch, looking directly at a Primarch who did not hide his fighting spirit. This was the consequence. In fact, his mind was already scattered, and even his vision began to blur. However, a few wisps of broken golden light suddenly broke up the blurry chaos at this moment. A heavy iron hand had gently placed on his shoulder and lifted him up. Then, Care heard a disdainful sneer. I'm right in front of you, but you choose to attack a civilian? The sneer faded and disappeared, turning into an extremely angry and violent voice. A roar sounded in the night sky, and the figure made of golden debris was punched away. Care looked at this scene in shock. He didn't understand what the golden figure was, but he could clearly understand one thing. The giant who called himself Angren was protecting him. Protecting me? Why? Nomadic people who are not respected by anyone. Nomadic people who are despised by everyone. As a member of such a people, Kale has never felt any positive emotions such as understanding, respect, or friendship in his life. Although he has survived until now, he has met a few people who can talk to him, but they have never done such a thing. Listen carefully, you bastard who is worse than a dog. Using the alien language, Angren smiled grimly, and the blood mist floated with the evening breeze, covering his face. The helmet surged, and the scarlet surged in it. This human, named Kale, a human from the nomadic people, has been protected by me, trying to harm the people of the empire in front of me. Do you know what a synod is? Kale was gently put down, and the tall figure in front of him, like a mountain, blocked his sight, so that he could not see what was happening in front of him. But he could see Angren swinging the giant axe. The axe with lightning roared in the air, and with the anger of its master, it exploded with amazing power. With a loud bang, the ruined church collapsed completely. Golden lightning danced wildly in the air. His donkey ran away very smartly, but Kale still stood there trembling. His expression was dull, and his eyes were fixed. He was distracted by the golden lightning. It was the same golden light as the golden tree, but it was completely different. The light of the golden tree had never favored him, but this lightning, this sacred lightning, was protecting him. The rubble falling from the top of his head had not yet touched his hair before it was completely turned into ashes by the lightning. The golden lightning and the golden debris collided with each other. Kale could not see anything clearly. A black shadow flashed in front of him, but he was still standing there, while Angren and the thing had already gone far away. The sound of their battle echoed in the hills, and the amazing power broke out again. But this time, Kale didn't know why he didn't feel the slightest fear. He just stood there. He looked, he listened, he knelt down. He began to pray to the only person who tried to protect him, hoping that he would return victorious. The axe blade collided with the blurred golden arm, but failed to advance an inch. It had only been 2 minutes since the start of the battle, and Angren had already realized that the opponent was not an opponent that could be defeated in a short time. The strange golden figure was much shorter than him, and was only faster, but his body was extremely strong. The sharpness of the lightning axe was not something that could be resisted by any mortal object. Angren had used it to cut many things, and even the terminators of the traders could not resist its sharpness. If this thing could, then there was probably only one explanation. The opponent was not from the mortal world. Squinting slightly, the pattern array was automatically analyzing the existence form of the golden figure. Just a little longer, and Angren would be able to gain the advantage. The improvement brought by the pattern array was not visible to the naked eye, but it was extremely huge, even for a prime arch. It stores countless vast knowledge, and can analyze the existence and weaknesses of almost any enemy. He swung the axe again, and the return felt extremely solid. The attack failed, and Angren immediately withdrew and retreated, intending to use a tactic of entanglement to deal with this thing. As long as the array can analyze its weaknesses, he will have a way to win. However, the golden figure seemed to have consciousness and actually spoke with a warning. Outsider, leave this world. We came here first and have conquered this place. You can find another farm. The universe is very vast. Why do you have to be an enemy of us? Farm? A strange gurgling sound sounded under the night, like teeth rubbing against each other. The blood mist became thicker and thicker, and the high-temperature steam became more and more violent, even turning the ground into boiling magma. Unlike his surging anger, Angren's voice was calm, even gentle. What did you just say? Farm? A window popped up on his retina, and the array had made a discovery, but it was not a hint of the golden figure's weakness. It was an analysis of the so-called blessing. Angren skipped the long speeches and saw the result. It was almost the same as his guess. Those humans who turned into aliens were all corrupted by the blessing. Add to that what the alien said. He exhaled lightly, but the golden figure thought he was going to negotiate, so he continued to speak. Yes, the breeding farm. We observed this world thousands of years ago. At that time, it was not what it is today. However, we were the first to discover it in the universe. It is reasonable for us to own it. You can't own anything, alien scum. Angren, the lord of New Syria, the lord of Red Sand, the primarch of the world devourers, who personally executed any slave owner on his planet, roared like a devil. Humans belong only to themselves. You ignorant alien bastard, I will completely destroy your form. His anger even made the air boil. The blood mist had completely covered the hills, and even the sky was dim. The light of the golden tree could no longer shine here. The golden figure had realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. You call yourself us, right? Very good, very good. It seems you have accomplices. This really makes me happy. As he spoke of his joy, anger emanated from him like a leaping flame, like a storm, like a supernova explosion in the universe. A huge pressure fell in an instant, and in the darkness composed of blood mist, only the golden color of the lightning axe was so dazzling and so bright. Thousands of thunders burst out, and the power of destruction descended. The pure anger from a human burst out here, and every bone of Angren was trembling. He rarely used such violent power. There is a price to pay for wielding the lightning axe. It is not a weapon that can be used easily. But now, he doesn't care about that much. He wants to do only one thing. The golden figure raised his hand, and his body gradually blurred in the wash of lightning. It doesn't understand. The first to come has everything. Isn't this the customary rule in the universe? Why does this outsider who also came from the stars seem so angry? Why is he so angry? It doesn't understand. But it doesn't need to understand. After thinking it over again and again, the golden figure simply put down his arm. It was just a body temporarily created by the power of blessing, so just abandon it. As long as this outsider still exists here, it will continuously send pursuers to consume his spirit. As long as he slackens off for a moment, then it will immediately take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. The golden tree covered the entire planet thousands of years ago, and it has this confidence. But how did this outsider get here? Could it be the work of the Moon Princess who intends to rebel? We need to test it. With this thought in mind, the golden figure asked in the baptism of lightning, "Are you her accomplice?" Angren did not answer, but the golden figure nodded secretly. As expected, it couldn't help but feel a little angry. If it had known this would happen, it should have used the blessing to kill her soul directly. But now it was too late to say anything. The Moon Princess had already abandoned her original body and the influence of the blessing. It could no longer directly affect her through blessing. Moreover, she and her brothers and sisters were originally a group of uncontrollable rebels. Well, since you insist on being our enemy, then be prepared, outsider. You and the Moon Princess will die together. After making the final announcement, its body was destroyed by the violent lightning. Angren loosened his hand holding the axe exactly, and the pattern array was sending him an alarm. Excessive use of the axe put a great burden on his body. You know, such power is enough to destroy a city, but the golden humanoid endured it for a long time, and judging from what it said, it was obviously not its true body. Frowning, Angren took a deep breath. The air purified by the breathing grid entered his nasal cavity, then the trachea and lungs. The overflowing golden spiritual energy was slowly absorbed by the lightning axe standing on the ground, and its surface was still flashing with flickering light, as if it was talking to him. Turning his head to take a look, Angren reached out his hand again, lifted it up, and carried it on his shoulder. The helmet faded like the tide, revealing a determined face, but his eyes were a little solemn. Things became difficult. Although he had made preparations early in the morning, where could he find the so-called divine host that the Dream Man asked for? Waving his hand to disperse the blood mist, high-temperature steam once again gushed out from the gaps in the armor, purifying the blessings left by the golden tree. Turning around, Angren's superhuman vision allowed him to see Care, who was kneeling in the ruins of the church and praying silently. He walked in silently listening to the other party's words, praying for his safety, and spoke after a while. "Wrong, Care, you should say this. You should say, 'May the Emperor bless me.' Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Angren's short journey to the Elden Ring will end, and he will turn to start the big mixed operation. Last night I dreamed that I became a greenskin and fought against the Corn Demon army. When we were having a great time, we were attacked by a kin of Nurgle that appeared out of nowhere. I was so angry that I woke up at 5 in the morning. Damn it, if I dream about him again tonight, I will use a chainsaw axe to give him a good haircut. Chapter 706 In the Name of Salvation, Lienia. The Kingdom of Lakes, Kalia. On top of a wizard's tower, a puppet that was originally reading a book carefully suddenly stopped moving. She raised her head, frowned slightly and looked at the north window. The golden tree on the horizon was still shining, but its brilliance could not penetrate Lienia at all. The puppet named Lani gently left her chair, put down the book, and danced lightly with four hands, leaving graceful traces in the air. Her white long skirt dragged on the ground, and she wore a huge white wide-brimmed hat on her head, with a serious expression. Is it? No. Are they finally unable to hold back? But why are they not coming for me? The more she thought about it, the more strange it felt, so she simply went to the window and pushed it open. The puppet's body just happened to fit through the window, and she rose into the air and left the ground. The night breeze blew over the hem of her skirt, and Lani held down her hat with one hand, looking seriously to the north. Discovered? No, they can't find me. My original body has been abandoned, and the power of blessing can no longer affect my will. But if it's not the case, why did they take action? The more I think about it, the less I can get the answer. The last guess was thrown out, and the next second it was abandoned. A light blue magic circle appeared behind the doll, and the exquisite pattern made a low hum and rotated. A chair slowly took shape under her. Sitting in midair, Lani looked at the moon rising in the sky, and her brows frowned more and more. She simply closed her eyes, opened her mind completely, and sank into the starry sky above Lienia's head. In ancient legends, stargazers are the origin of magicians. Some people think this is nonsense. There are not many stars in the border area, and even the night sky is covered by the light of the golden tree. Stargazing? How to stargazing? In fact, ancient legends often have some truth. There is indeed a magical power hidden between the stars, but also destruction and terror. A second illusory face appeared on the puppet's face, and at that moment it was as if the soul had left the body. She sat under the night sky for 2 hours. Finally, when the giant blacksmith couldn't help but remind her that sitting like this was not in line with the royal dignity, Lani opened her eyes. She was extremely shocked. From the stars? Outsiders? After saying this, she almost lost her voice. How could it be possible? The golden tree had already obscured their world thousands of years ago. Not to mention the outsiders among the stars, even the light of the stars was almost invisible. As a mage, she instinctively wanted to deny this speculation, but the faint breath that spread under the night sky and the hope in her heart always pushed her towards this seemingly unreliable speculation. My lord, the old blacksmith named Iggy couldn't help it anymore and reminded him, although the royal family has withered, its majesty still exists. Why don't you come down and talk? The puppet lowered her head and glared at the subordinate who implied that she had brought shame to the royal majesty, but she was not very angry. The chair turned into a light blue light and dissipated. She slowly fell to the ground and asked, "Where is Blaze?" Iggy was silent for a while before answering. "Blaze? He seems to have lost his way again, my lord." The old blacksmith found through his mirrored helmet that the cheeks of the lord he was loyal to, Lani, seemed to be slightly bulging. After noticing this, he quickly resisted the urge to laugh and stood up straight. "It is said that wolves are good at hunting. So why does Blaze always get lost? Is it because I hit him on the head with books too many times when I was a child?" After complaining casually, Lani continued, "Iggy, is there any new news from Ningfu? Has any fated one escaped from the hateful guards?" "No, lord." "Then, you have been sitting at the exit of the city recently? Have you seen any strangers?" "No, lord, except for the bald thief who came to try to sell throwing knives to me a few days ago. There is no one else." When mentioning the bald man, Lani was rarely silent for a while. After a long while, she said in a serious tone, "He is not an ordinary person. He carries an ancient aura. This is very strange. He does not have strong power, but some instinct tells me that it is better not to be his enemy. There are countless secrets in the border area. Do you want to win him over?" Iggy, who is a blacksmith by profession but actually a counselor, asked, "Since he carries an ancient aura, maybe he comes from the era when the Golden Law was not yet born. He must be full of resentment towards this hopeless era." "Not for the time being, Iggy." "Send out spies to check." Avoid the eyes and ears of the academy and go directly to Ninjfu. Iggy did not ask the reason. He originally planned to leave directly, but Trainee had not finished speaking. The rebellious Moon Princess raised her head worriedly, staring at the night sky where few stars could be seen, and whispered, "There are outsiders from the stars who have descended on the border area. Iggy, is this good or bad?" The blacksmith did not answer, but just listened quietly. Rather than a vassal, he was more like an elder to Lonnie. He watched her grow up and hoped that she would always have a good life. He even rebelled together for this. If you ask why, he himself actually didn't know the reason. Was it because of the kindness of the Kalya royal family to him? Iggy felt that it was probably more than that. The Kalya royal family was not like other forces in the border area, discriminating against any race that was not blessed by the golden tree. The royal family treated everyone equally, and as long as they were capable, they could become knights. A giant like him who had not yet degenerated into a mountain goblin could become a vassal, and his compatriots, mountain goblins who no longer had much intelligence, could also become knights. Before the queen's mind was broken, she called the mountain goblins allies. The mountain goblins fought side by side with the human knights to resist the golden tree, but in the end they were still defeated under the time-like offensive, and had no choice but to adopt a marriage. This marriage brought incomparable humiliation and a miserable ending for Kalya. He was thinking, and Lonnie continued to whisper, "I started a rebellion with my own will. I am walking on this road of rebellion with no end and hope in sight. It would have been enough to be alone, but I have to drag you into it. I am not a wise king, am I, Iggy? Compared to your mother, yes." Lonnie smiled. "Mother will be very happy to hear this." "Ah, mother." The puppet's expression became sad. "Has she been awake recently?" Knight Mugram reported that she has not. Her mind is still broken. The Moon Princess closed her eyes, her body dissipated on the spot, and returned to the mage tower. Iggy saluted the tower silently, and then left. But there was one thing that Lonnie did not tell. Kalya is now dwindling in population, not to mention spies. There are not many knights. If he wants to go out to explore, he may have to go in person. Thinking of this, the old blacksmith's footsteps suddenly paused, and he smiled bitterly. He realized that he was not actually a qualified subject. This is a crime of deceiving the king. There is another chapter. Chapter 707. In the name of salvation. My lord, the empire sounds very majestic. How big is the empire? I cannot answer this question. Care. The empire's territory is incalculable, but it is still larger than you can imagine. The empire has countless planets as its territory. Ah, planets. That is, the world you call the borderland. Such a world is a planet. The wandering merchant's face was full of fascination. Is it that big? If so, we, the wandering people, must be able to find a place that belongs to us. Hearing this, Angren lowered his head, stared at Care, and said calmly, "Of course, Care, this is my promise. As human beings, even if you don't know the existence of the empire still has the obligation to protect you and provide you with a place to live." Care pursed his lips, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. He spoke after a while, still looking cautious. "But, my lord, we, the wandering people, don't have any special talents. We are just a group of civilians." Angren raised his head, looked forward, and walked steadily. The deliberate slowing down of his pace allowed Kale, who was riding a donkey, to catch up with him. He said calmly, "Commoners don't need any talent. A quiet life is enough. In other words, you can be whatever you want to be. Although there are innate factors in talent and ability, you can also acquire something similar through acquired efforts." "I've gone too far." Pausing and ignoring Gale, who was still in a complicated mood, Angren stared at the low-lying lake kingdom in front of him, and asked Kale behind him without turning his head, "The Moon Princess is here, right?" Yes, sir." Gale quickly let his donkey move forward a few steps, then turned over and lifted some of the goods that were about to fall out of the bag. "This is Lienia, the Kingdom of Lakes. There is a highland ahead, and that is the Kalya Castle, where the royal family lives. However, no one has seen the Moon Princess for a long time." "No one has seen her for a long time? How long?" Kale thought hard for a while before answering uncertainly, 20 years, or 30 years? "I can't remember clearly, Sir, the Kalya people have always been very mysterious. Even the wizards in their magic academy are more famous than them. Hearing the word wizard, Angren raised his eyebrows. The wizards in the academy must have many spells and libraries. Find a chance to go in and take away 2 magic books. He should like it. You just mentioned the royal family. Angren continued to ask. Kalya, really? Is there anything special about them? Special? Gale paused. Angren's questions came one after another, always making Gale ponder for a while. This was based on the fact that he was a wandering merchant who traveled all over the country. But there was no way. He had to figure out these problems. I can't just run in and ask where the Moon Princess is like an idiot, right? It's always good to be prepared in advance. Although Angren doesn't like detailed plans most of the time, and thinks they are not as good as on-the-spot reactions, that doesn't mean he thinks plans are useless. If you must say, sir, the Carlins are indeed special, but I don't know if it's true or not. You can say it anyway. Gale seemed to be lost in memory. It is said that the Carlin royal family will not discriminate against anyone. Even mountain goblins can serve as knights. Ah, of course. I don't know if it's true or not, sir. Interesting. Angren narrowed his eyes. A feudal country has such a broad mind? They seem to have a wise monarch. We can have some appropriate contact. If the number of people blessed by the golden tree in the country is not too large, it is not impossible to let them be incorporated into the empire. Beside him, Gale continued to narrate. However, the royal family of Kalya is now weak. Queen Rhaenyra is not concerned with worldly affairs, and the Moon Princess is missing. Grand Justice Lockhart is in the Volcano Mansion and cannot return, and that General Shattering Star. The wandering merchant stared blankly at the lake water that submerged his ankles in front of him, and sighed softly. He is seriously injured. It is said that he has been corroded by the scarlet corruption and has lost his mind. Angren did not react to the new terms he threw out. The Lord of Red Sand knew what he was going to do now. That Queen Rhaenyra, Grand Justice Lockhart, and General Shattering Star had nothing to do with him. The golden figure was talking about the Moon Princess. Whether he wanted to divert the blame or really felt that he had a connection with the Moon Princess, he had to find her. Only in this way could he gradually unravel the mystery and find the divine host that the Tree Man mentioned. This step-by-step feeling made Angren frown, and at the same time, his extraordinary vision also caught a glimpse of the lake water that was rolling slightly not far away. With a fixed gaze, he turned around and picked up Care, and put him on his donkey in 2 or 3 steps, then immediately turned around again. The lake water boiled, the ground bulged, and a huge white lobster broke out of the ground, bringing with it a vicious wind, and its huge claws attacked Angren. Faced with such an attack, Care did not move, because his thoughts had not yet turned around. Angren did not move either, because he did not need to. He just raised his hand and lightly held the heavy claws, and the blood mist entangled it. This armor brought him not only a boost in strength, but also some new things. For example, this blood mist. The souls that died in his hands would be absorbed by the pattern array and turned into nutrients for the operation of the armor. Their power would be transformed into Angren's power and used by him to continue killing. Although it sounds heretical, the effect is actually very good. For example, now, the blood mist melted and decomposed the claws in an instant. The lobster screamed in pain, and the beast with only instincts immediately wanted to escape. But it was too late. The Lord of Red Sand took a step forward, thrusting out his right hand, and the blood mist turned into a sharp blade, piercing its slender head. Angren shook his hand with disgust, and turned his head to look at the woods on the other side. Have you seen enough? Do you need me to ask you to come out? A figure much taller than him walked out of the woods, with rough skin and a helmet with many lenses on his head. Sir, who is it? After casually glancing at the giant, Angren dragged the lobster's body back to Gale. The pattern array had analyzed the result, and this thing was edible. He ignored the giant and motioned Gale to deal with it. Although he didn't need to eat or drink, Gale was still immortal. As for the giant who walked out, the pattern array analysis showed that the other party had some kind of power with the attributes of the moon. This was interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 In the Name of Salvation, Giant Lobster. This powerful creature is a symbol of gourmet food in the border area, with delicious meat that is incomparable. Commoners and wanderers like him are not qualified to eat such food. However, it did not get the respect of Kale. His attention was not on the lobster at all. Kale took out the short knife from his waist to deal with the lobster's body, while concentrating on listening to the conversation between Angron and the giant with a strange helmet, not wanting to miss even a word. Who are you, sir? It has nothing to do with you. That helmet is interesting. Can it block the influence of external will? Are you afraid that you will be bewitched and do something you don't want to do? What a keen observation. Are you a scholar? This armor really amazes me. It is so huge and so heavy, but every joint is condensed with the deep thinking of a skilled craftsman. I have never seen such armor in the border area. I am not a scholar, but it is reasonable that you have not seen it. I come from outside the border area. If you have seen it, it would be strange. Angron crossed his arms and answered calmly. His eyes never left the head of the giant in front of him, as if he wanted to penetrate the helmet made of mirrors through his eyes, but he could only see his own face. The eyes behind the giant blacksmith's helmet condensed. The other party did not hide his origin, and silently dispelled his temptation, and even disdained to conceal it. This heroic character reminded him of a hero with a similarly huge body. Your Excellency, are you from among the stars? You can understand it that way. Now, it's my turn to ask questions. The Lord of Red Sand showed a cold smile, and the hidden threat immediately made Iggy feel threatened. Even when the pyroxene dragon he raised was angry, he never felt so terrified. Without waiting for Iggy's response, Angron threw out the question on his own. He said it directly, and he was too lazy to hide it. I came here for the Moon Princess. You know her, right? The sentence structure was a question, but the tone used was affirmative. Angron's eyes seemed to see through everything, so Iggy couldn't tell a lie even if he wanted to. He nodded stiffly, making a creaking sound like a water wheel stuck by the river. His bones were stiff. Angron smiled even more after getting the answer he wanted. Then, take me to her. Sir Roar. The giant blacksmith's words were interrupted by a dragon roar, and his face suddenly changed. Damn it, this stupid dragon. Even if you want to do it, you have to choose the right time. He didn't even have time to speak, and a huge blue breath fell from the sky. At the same time, a pair of powerful claws quickly grabbed his back. The power was well controlled, and coupled with his rock-hard skin, Iggy was not hurt and left the place. On the ground, the dragon's breath with magical attributes was burning. Magic itself would not burn, but this pyroxene dragon named Adura had swallowed too many magicians, causing its breath to carry the attribute of magic. Are you okay, Iggy? After a successful strike, Adura, who rescued Iggy, immediately informed Iggy of his intentions through a small spell specially designed for it by Rani. However, it did not get a grateful compliment. Instead, it roared, "You stupid dragon!" Iggy's voice was even trembling. Blacksmiths and military advisors are both professions that require calmness, and he rarely loses his composure like this. So his current appearance is even more intimidating. Did I do something wrong? Of course, Adura was not really stupid, and he immediately realized that he might have done something bad with good intentions, but it had no choice. Adura enjoyed a high degree of autonomy and could move freely outside of wartime. It had just returned from foraging and saw its military advisor being blocked at the intersection by a terrifying heavy-armored knight who kept asking questions. In a hurry, it didn't even ask questions, and even didn't think about it for a long time before it started. At this time, it didn't know what this would bring to itself. That man came from above the stars. Ah, Dark Moon. At least that's what he said. The task that Lady Rani just gave me was to find him, but you attacked him without saying a word. Iggy was furious. He wanted to say more, but he felt a gust of evil wind coming from below. He looked down, his pupils shrank, and he screamed, "Be careful!" Boom. The blue magic dragon flame was still burning on the ground, but a golden thunder pierced the blue, jumping curtain. It attacked them at the true speed of lightning. Iggy's words had just come out, and the thunder had just sounded, but the lightning had already reached Adura. The violent lightning made Adura and Ija scream in unison as soon as they came into contact. The original straight flight path of the pyroxenon was deviated at this time, and it fell down suddenly. Ija had already flown out in midair. The electric shock of Adura's muscles twitched, and his claws loosened involuntarily. The poor old blacksmith was lying in a deeper lake at this time. His left hand was broken. He lay on the ground without moving, but he was still breathing. It was obvious that he was dizzy because of the huge impact. As for Adura, its huge body crouched on the ground, creating a huge deep pit. It would twitch from time to time, and its wings would sweep across the ground, creating deeper broken holes. Smoke and dust rose up, and Angren slowly approached. The huge sense of oppression made Adura, whose mind could not function normally, feel the threat instinctively. It bared its teeth like a beast, but was hit by a heavy punch the next second. The Lord of Red Sand hit its fragile nose mercilessly, and blood gushed out. Shaking his hand in disgust, Angren pointed at the pyroxene dragon, which was obviously much more awake due to the pain. Without saying a word, he began to tremble. Ignorant beast. If the civilians he protected were not in trouble, the dragon would have died on the spot, instead of just a slight punishment. After doing all this, the pattern array started to sound the alarm at the right time. A rapid and monotonous warning sounded in the spiritual connection with him, and a line of huge red font flashed on the retina. High-risk energy reaction. Please prepare immediately. The Lord of Red Sand turned around, and the sky became extremely deep and dark at this time. Even the light of the disgusting golden tree was obscured, and a huge dark moon appeared in the sky. Cold and dark, with a mysterious atmosphere. A cold female voice sounded in the darkness, with suppressed anger. People from the stars, you are too much. Angren ignored her accusation and just frowned at the moon. The array had never had such a violent reaction before today. According to analysis, although this huge dark moon does not have the ability to break the armor defense, its nature is quite special. It seems to be able to eliminate the spells illuminated by the dark moon's light. Respond in silence. Very good. It seems that you have already realized that you have humiliated the Knight of Kalia. Humiliation? Angren spoke up, his tone calm. It's just a courtesy. This dragon attacked me first, so it's only right to fight back. In fact, it was the direct killer. If I wanted it to be dead now. The sneer was on his face again. When facing aliens, the attitude of the Lord of Red Sand is always so sarcastic. But you? This dragon learned it from you, right? Like master, like pet. Ha! It wants to attack without knowing right or wrong. You are still a puppet. No wonder. Not even a human. Angren smiled and shook his head, and then, in the next second, the smile was restrained. I'll be frank, you are the princess of the moon, right? So what? The other party's attitude made Angren raise an eyebrow. He didn't get more angry, but answered my question properly. Staring at the expressionless puppet floating next to the dark moon, he raised his right hand. The wrist of the armor opened, and a projection appeared. A golden illusory shadow appeared in the same place. Rainey dared to swear to her mother that if this thing had not reacted to any power, she would have immediately asked Dark Moon to smash it down. What kind of magic is this? Exclamation mark. The wizard's curiosity rose, and then was suppressed by reason. The cold voice of the puppet sounded again. The power of the golden tree. So that's it. They are going to deal with you. Not only that, but also you, the Moon Princess. When its form was about to dissipate, it specifically mentioned you to me. It was an obvious test. However, your current appearance is not worthy of the title of princess. Using a puppet as a body, I really don't understand the ideas of you aliens. Rainey didn't know what he meant by alien, but Angren's frank attitude that was hurtful made her speechless for several minutes. After a long while, she slowly spoke. I am indeed the princess of the moon, and this body is the proof of my rebellion. My original body is the body of a demigod, born with the power of the golden tree. I cannot let that kind of thing affect my will, so I left my original body. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Angren's eyes. According to her, the willpower of this alien is quite amazing, and if such an alien is unwilling to submit to the Empire, although he had made up his mind, Angren's face was still normal on the surface. I don't care about these things. I just came to you to propose a deal. What deal? A deal that you will definitely be interested in. How about it? Do you want to hear it? Lonnie frowned. She was very familiar with this kind of pulling rhetoric. When she was young, she saw too many scenes of nobles torturing each other with rhetoric in the city of Rhodo, which was one of the reasons why she insisted on becoming a magician. Rather than wasting her life on these things, she would rather walk on the path of seeking truth. However, the form is stronger than the person. Even though the dark moon had already formed and could be activated at any time, and she had several powerful spells in her hand, Lonnie still did not dare to take it lightly. In her perception, the black-armored knight's momentum was so amazing that it even reminded her of her father, Radagn. Is she a match for Radagn? The answer was obvious. Please speak. You said you were a rebel, which was a euphemism. I guess you want to destroy the Golden Tree. The royal family of Kalia once had a war with the forces of the Golden Tree, right? And you are the product of a marriage. Then, I can lend you a hand. Anyway, this world will belong to the Empire sooner or later, and the destruction of the Golden Tree is a matter of time. Angron thought. Then, what price do I have to pay? Lonnie asked. It's simple. I want something. Something that can host divinity. Host divinity? The corners of Lonnie's eyes twitched uncontrollably. She herself was one of the gods, so of course she knew what divinity was. In the ancient legends of the borderland, gods were something completely different from ordinary demigods. They can truly become gods, make new laws, and be noble beings from birth. Queen Marika is a god, as well as the Valkyrie, Marenia and her brother Michaela. As for the divine host, what does this knight want this thing for? How about it? Do you accept this deal? I can help you find a divine host, Lonnie said. But, excuse me, why do you need it? It has nothing to do with you. I'm afraid it has something to do with me. The knight from the stars. Lonnie's expression became serious. You don't know how dangerous divinity is. Our reputation spreads among people. If you accept divinity, you will slowly be shaped into the image they pass on. Although you are powerful, you will become a puppet. In addition, the Golden Tree is behind the scenes, and what will eventually be born will only be a loyal dog of the Golden Tree. At this point, her eyes dimmed a little, and the divine host is more clearly stated. In fact, it is a body that is qualified to carry divinity. Yes, it is what you think. What you asked me for is a body of a god. Angron frowned. He could feel the honesty of this puppet, and the other party did not keep anything. In this case, it would be out of character for him to lie or conceal anything. Finally, he said, it is to save a person. To save. Lonnie blinked, as if she heard something she couldn't understand. Divine hosts are useless except for hosting divinity and slowly brewing a new god. Moreover, the divinity they can host is conditional. She explained patiently. For example, the original body I discarded can only accommodate divinity related to the moon and stars. Do you know all these things? If you want to trade, you have to discuss every detail. Hearing this, Angron's expression has become a little gloomy. The tree man didn't say these things. Damn, was he deceived? Thinking again and again, he called the tree man with a gloomy face. TSK, the plot can't be pushed too fast. I can only finish the old man ring tomorrow. In addition, I have changed the settings related to the old man ring. After all, Miyazaki Hidetaka's riddle man system is not very friendly to logical consistency. The existing ring science is basically not based on textual research, but on some vague evidence to make up for it. I had to change it, but to be honest, writing Warhammer is almost the same, or even worse. GW is eating books to their grandmother's house. Chapter 709 In the Name of Salvation. Leaping out of the void, this unremarkable tree man was still wearing the pink pajamas, looking like a creature from another world. Angron didn't want to worry about its image at this time, but asked in a deep voice, "Is there something you haven't told me yet?" The tree man mage blinked, and his dry face forced a strange expression. "My dear customer, what are you talking about? The divine host can only accommodate similar divinities. How can you be sure that the one I found can definitely accommodate the divinity born in that body?" The tree man mage sighed. "So that's why you worry too much. However, I am also partly responsible. After all, I didn't explain things clearly." "Well, please allow me to take a few minutes of your time to explain it to you." Okay. It raised its hand, or more precisely, a branch that looked like a hand, soft and hard. There were even green leaves growing on it. A soft green light emanated from the open palm, and Angren immediately narrowed his eyes. The analysis function of the pattern array had been activated. The tree man didn't care about his analysis, and just continued. At work, it was very dedicated. As a cross-border mage, no, I should say this. As a cross-border mage who has been engaged in the cross-border industry for more than 30,000 years, I have the ability to change the properties of the divine host. It seemed to realize that its words were too academic, so it simply paused and made the words clearer. You just need to find a divine host. I can change its properties and the size of the divinity it can accommodate. If you want to slowly cultivate it into a real god, I can also help. It said it lightly, but Angren frowned a little unhappy. According to what you said, you are so strong. Why don't you create a divine host yourself? Sir, you really asked the point. The tree man clapped his hands and said loudly, if I can, of course I will do it directly, but the problem is that the divine host cannot be made, my dear guest. Why? Because it is a manifestation of a rule. The tree man smiled. A manifestation that cannot be changed, cannot be manufactured, and is even difficult to destroy. It may be fragile in form, but it has a very high status in the conceptual level. Let me explain it more clearly, guest. It spread its hands. If it could be manufactured, the White Tower Council would have already wholesaled this kind of thing. I see. That's good. So, did you find it? Angren raised his hand and pointed at the silent puppet who had not said a word until now. He opened his mouth to introduce her, but then he realized that he didn't even know her name. The Lord of Red Sand was stuck for a while, then slowly nodded. I guess so. It's her? Oh, no. It turns out to be a soul. It's brave enough to dare to abandon its original body. The tree man smiled slightly, and the green light in his palm disappeared. Then, the puppet suddenly moved. With a stunned expression, Angren raised his eyebrows, realizing that she had not just chosen silence wisely, but that time he had been suspended. This tree man, what happened to me just now? I have stopped time for you, young lady with the potential to become a god. The tree man smiled and approached her. The latter looked up at it and suddenly jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. Its long blue hair moved without wind, and its magic power surged out crazily, uncontrollably and passively wanting to protect its master. Oh, there is no need to do this. I have no hostility towards you, it said politely. Normally, I will not attack any intelligent creature. I have given up. You, what are you? Lonnie's voice was trembling. She rarely lost her composure like this, even when she learned that her mother had gone crazy. However, she could not be blamed for this. The aura of the tree man was too terrifying. At first glance, there was nothing special about it, but she only needed to take another look. The huge sense of oppression that seemed like the whole world was pressing towards her, and the huge darkness that was like the abyss. But she almost followed in her mother's footsteps with just a quick glance. That's a bit rude. But it's understandable. The tree man nodded thoughtfully. It doesn't matter, young lady. I'm just a businessman, coming to take away my customers' goods. He made a deal with you, right? Lonnie looked at it, then looked at Angren, whose name she still didn't know, and nodded blankly. She had no idea what kind of turmoil this decision would bring to the border in the near future. How long will it take for the support to arrive? 3 solar hours. Tell them to speed up. After a few hasty instructions, Ezekiel, the third captain of the Crimson Blade chapter, the stubborn who refused to accept other positions, was loading his grenade gun at this time. He didn't wear a helmet. In the last battle not long ago, he was ambushed and his helmet shattered after blocking a fatal attack for him. And they were on the battlefield now, and it didn't matter if they found another helmet. What's more, he was more likely to inspire morale without a helmet. However, Ezekiel himself was actually quite resistant to this matter. In a battle 3 years ago, he had the honor of boarding the now Holy Revenge, where he learned who the true Primarch of his own chapter was. He even saw Sanguinius, who was still a soul at that time. Due to his excessive inspiration, of course, This was not without consequences. The scarlet tears on his face from his eye sockets to his chin were one of the consequences. These 2 lines of blood and tears gave him a certain kind of compassionate martyr temperament, but in battle, they made him look like a berserker. However, he loved close combat. After the second Battle of Terra, he returned to the chapter, told everything, and rebuilt the third company, which had only 13 people left. Although the chapter leader asked him to stay in the chapter as an instructor to teach the new recruits, he actually knew what this meant. Ezekiel refused to accept it. He would never accept it even if he died. Let me stay in the chapter as a mascot and inherit this glorious history? No. True honor must be earned by oneself. He didn't want the new recruits to grow up listening to his deeds. Moreover, he didn't think it was glorious. He just survived the Eye of Terror, stayed on the Vengeance for a while, participated in 2 battles, and then participated in the defense of Terra. In these battles, he and his brothers were marginal figures, not the main force, and there was nothing to be proud of. And Chapter 710, The Falling Transport Plane. Although Ezekiel thought from the bottom of his heart that he was just an ordinary Astartes, it was obvious that he was not. Which ordinary Astartes could tear apart a Slaanesh demon with bare hands? This was not one of those third-rate novels published by the Military Affairs Department, where they dared to write about a new Astra Militarum soldier who had just joined the army for 3 months stabbing a Chaos Astartes in the chest with a dagger. Captain, a soldier from the 3rd Company came over. There was a drop of red blood on his right shoulder armor, which was the logo of their company. We have asked the Astra Militarum to withdraw. They have suffered heavy losses and there are many enemies. Hearing this, Ezekiel frowned. Do those rebels have reinforcements? They are endless, Captain. Not only that, according to the Astra Militarum report, they even have some heavy firepower, including 2 storm sword tanks. Ezekiel paused for a moment as he was loading the bullets into the magazine. This kind of thing was originally the job of the servitors, but he insisted on doing it himself, which was also a little work. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to curse. Storm sword tank. In fact, its full name is not just that, its full name is Storm Sword Super Heavy Tank. This thing has a long history, but it is by no means a broken antique. The Hellhammer siege cannon it is equipped with can destroy the key strongholds guarded by heavy troops with one shot. The most important thing is that this tank is designed for street fighting. Its predecessor, Shadow Sword, is already a good player in street fighting, not to mention this improved model. It's really a ghost. Where did a group of rebels get this thing from? Could it be that they are a rebellious navy, and then forced the Imperial Guard on the ship to rebel? Frowning, without thinking too much, he said with a sullen face, "Send a destroyer squad to deal with it." "No, forget it. I'll go myself." He picked up the grenade gun and grabbed 3 already pressed magazines and hung them on his waist. Then there was a string of hot melt grenades. These dangerous little things collided with each other on his belt and rubbed against the monomolecular blade of the chainsword that had not yet been activated, making the reporting soldier nervous. "Tell me the exact location, and have the 2nd and 4th Tactical Squads come over. The rest of you do your job well. We have to hold out for 3 hours. The city's fortifications are still worthwhile. I believe this will not be a difficult task for you." "Yes, Captain." The soldier immediately raised his hand and activated the communication. Not long after, heavy footsteps were heard outside the corridor. Ezekiel pushed open the door and walked out. He was satisfied that the 20 Astartes had arrived. Everyone was fully armed, and some even had blood on their bodies. The scarlet tear marks on his face made many people slow down their breathing. Ezekiel himself was well aware of this phenomenon, but he was too lazy to correct it. He just nodded to them vigorously. "The mission is simple, my brothers," he said seriously. "The rebels want to fight us in the streets. I know what they are planning. They only need to wait for the Nurgle minions to arrive, and then they will have the upper hand. But we have support, and it is on the way. We only need to hold on for 3 hours. But this is not your mission. Your mission is to work with me to destroy the 2 enemy storm swords." Any questions? No one answered, only the uniform sound of metal knocking. It was the sound of the right hand hammering on the breastplate. Ezekiel nodded to them again, without any ripples in his heart. He had long been accustomed to war, Over the broken wall, Ezekiel led the second tactical team to move silently in the city at night. Street fighting is also a dangerous term for Astartes, especially when the enemy is outnumbered. You must be extremely careful, otherwise you will be shot in the head by a sniper rifle that appears from nowhere, or step on a dangerous mine. Mortals may be relatively vulnerable to them in close combat, but not in long-range combat. Their power armor has not been updated yet, and the surface is not equipped with the kind of reaction position that can withstand explosive bombs. They have not yet received the new technology from the Terra space station. According to the Q, it will take about a year and a half for them to get their turn, which is already a very fast speed. However, their chapter leader has always been brooding over this matter, and every day he shouts that he wants to have friendly exchanges with the 45 chapters in front of him. Raising his right hand, Ezekiel's overly keen observation ability since he had the tier mark allowed him to instinctively discover the booby trap hidden at the intersection ahead. The second team stopped immediately, and their superb tactical qualities allowed them to quickly form a standard cover marching formation, alert at any time for possible attacks. Ezekiel raised his head, leaned against the corner of the wall, and looked up vigilantly, observing the bell tower not far away. According to the intelligence of the Astra Militarum, the two storm swords were near the bell tower, and if he was the commander of the rebels, he would definitely not let this place go. They have no heavy firepower, which means that the bell tower cannot be destroyed in a short time. Snipers have a very good space to play, and based on this, they can even form a death zone nearby. In the tactical manual within the regiment, the death zone means a high-risk area with an 85% chance of death after entering. Ezekiel retracted his head. Their armor was matte finished, so there would be no reflection when sneaking. They were careful enough along the way, and even took a long detour to avoid the sight of the clock tower. However, now there was no way around it. What to do? While thinking, he heard a sharp cry from the air. Ezekiel looked up suddenly, and a transport plane crossed the sky and landed on the other side of the city. A huge explosion sounded, followed by rising smoke. "What's going on?" a soldier whispered behind him. "Captain, that transport plane seems to be from the rebels, and it is full of blasphemous words and decorations." "Are you sure?" "Sure, Captain. I asked a technical sergeant to modify my eyepiece to provide a better zoom factor." "Contact the command center." Without any hesitation, Ezekiel immediately changed his tactics. "Tell them to get ready. Mobilize a destroyer squad, an assault squad, and 3 tactical squads to ambush the crash site. The enemy will definitely go to check the situation, so let them kill some and keep some as prisoners for interrogation, and make sure to find out what the situation is with this transport plane." "Understood, Captain. What is our mission? Should we continue?" "It depends on the situation. Stay on guard first." "Understood." After arranging everything, he leaned against the wall, his mind racing, and looked up at the dark night sky. There were no stars above, only darkness. Ezekiel calmed down and instinctively felt something. "Tell an imperial joke." "Sir, you ask workers to only rest for 3 hours in a 24-hour period, work hard without complaint, and continue to work even if they drink porridge or raw water, be positive, optimistic and hard-working, and protect the Empire's property without regrets when necessary." Isn't this a bit unrealistic? "What's unrealistic? I've seen such workers." "What, really?" "Of course, Genestealers." Chapter 711, The Swollen Face of the Dead. "The disease is leaving me." This fact terrified the Death Guard Soren Kodlo. He had never felt this way in the past 10,000 years. The gift of the kind Father was always with him, in his blood vessels, on the surface of his rotten and festering skin, and in his diseased and pus-filled muscles. Every time he breathed, the stench would be transformed into a special sweet smell through his deformed nasal cavity and trachea. But now, what he breathed into his lungs was only the thick smell of smoke and dust. He wanted to move, or at least leave the ruins, but he couldn't do it. The corrupted armor and flesh were damaged to a terrible state by the explosion of the fall. He was pressed under the ruins, and his lower body disappeared without a trace. Soren Kodlo's mind was full of fear of the disappearance of the gift, so he didn't realize that his survival at this time was a miracle created by Nergal. If he wasn't a Death Guard, he would have died long ago. Then, In this ruin that had been ravaged by war for 3 weeks and was completely damaged by the explosion caused by the crash of the transport ship, footsteps suddenly sounded, heavy, like a hammer forging red-hot steel. A different emotion from the previous fear spread in Soren Kodlo's heart. He searched in the darkness through his eyepieces that had grown into his eyes, but found nothing. He could only hear the increasingly heavy footsteps, as if it was a foreshadowing of death. The footsteps stopped not far from him. Kodlo's eyes widened and his hands began to grope in the darkness. He had to find his weapon, otherwise there was only one thing waiting for him. He couldn't find it. The ruins above his head were easily pushed aside, and a dark figure stood in front of him. The fire from the wreckage of the transport ship that was still burning not far away illuminated his armor. The gloomy helmet shaped like a bat made Kodlo almost scream. "It's him!" People who looked more like monsters than them stared at him, without saying a word, and didn't even speak. After staring at the not yet dead Kodlo for more than 3 minutes, he looked away. A cold voice rang out in the night sky, echoing with the tone of death. "All your companions are dead, only you are not. This is unreasonable." Common sense? At this critical moment, Kodlo felt an urge to laugh. He knew it was inappropriate, but he couldn't suppress this urge. "Unreasonable? You are the most unreasonable thing. You shouldn't exist. Damn you. Your existence is a blasphemy to the world." He stared at the black shadow standing in front of him with hateful eyes, and the latter had no reaction to this, and didn't even care, just continued. "Falling directly from 1,000 meters in the air, the explosion and my psychic power will kill everyone on this transport ship. According to calculations, your chance of survival should be less than 1%, and this number is infinitely close to 0, but any coincidence in this universe can be carefully designed. So," he turned his head and stared at Soren Cordero, and said softly, "What are you waiting for? He is not talking to me." Soren Cordero discovered this fact in an instant. His diseased brain was not enough to have such a fast reaction speed. But it was at this moment that he realized a certain fact. He was not talking to me. Yes. Fear spread wildly in his heart, almost pouring out of his throat. He began to cough non-stop, as if he wanted to vomit his lungs out of his throat. The twisted spine and turbid yellow blood vessels exposed to the outside trembled, and the stench became stronger and stronger. After reaching a certain point, Soren Cordero's original dream of the blessing of upgrading, his ultimate reward, came to his body that could no longer survive in another form. A black shadow was quickly breaking free from his rotten body and standing up from it. He was tall, fat, with layers of skin piled up, as white jade. The swollen dead face had an uncomfortable and sarcastic smile, and his eyeballs were bulging and white, which made people feel disgusted. This thing, standing among the ruins and corpses, waved to Clan Samples who was standing opposite him. "It's our first meeting. I didn't bring any gifts. It's really rude. Please forgive me. You can use your life as a gift." "Ha!" The thing laughed loudly and winked at Clan with an unworldly sense of humor. This action caused a lot of foul-smelling yellow pus to fall out of his right eye socket, but before it fell to the ground and rotted, it was dissipated by a sudden flash of blue psychic energy. "Ah! This is not good." He looked at the place where the psychic energy flashed with some regret. "You don't like seeing the birth of new life, do you? If the new life born is normal, I will like it very much." "Normal? What is normal? I want to hear your definition of normal." Crane did not speak, but stared at him. His eyes were firm as if he wanted to find out his essence and the similarity of truth from his swollen dead face. The thing chattered incessantly, the fat on his body trembled, and light green smoke flowed out of his mouth and nose, carrying a deadly plague. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I can supplement it for you." He raised his right hand and slid it lightly in the air. The movement was elegant. This word should not be used for him, but it was indeed elegant. Like a dancer, or a nobleman waiting for a meal, hungry but still maintaining etiquette. "In fact, you know well, my friend whom I just met. In this universe, nothing is normal. The empire you are fighting for is a huge oppressive regime. From top to bottom, it oppresses everyone, doesn't it? Men and women, old and young, soldiers or civilians, generals or prostitutes, they are all oppressed and bound by something. Although there is no difference in essence, The difference in identity brings about shocking inequality." He grinned. "The lower class has no right to enjoy the sun, and they survive by eating starch made from the corpses of their own dead. The upper class can have a life thousands of times better than this, and can squander the lives of the lower class at will. What a terrible disease this is." With longing, he actually wiped away his tears. "I have never seen such a disease spreading in the universe. Countless people are infected by it, die for it, and are willing to do so. You know, I even think that your emperor should be called the god of disease." After saying this, he made a gesture of listening attentively. After a long while, he returned to normal and nodded to the still silent clan. "My father is very happy about my joke. What do you think? Do you think this is a joke? It's useless to try to anger me." Clan was still calm, even a little too calm. He was too lazy to argue with this thing. He just raised his hand. The icy breath surged in the void. The violent power even dyed his eyepiece into the color of death. The ground around him immediately began to freeze. No, not frozen, but was fundamentally transformed. Metal, concrete, wood and dead death guards. Nothing escaped. All areas within a radius of 500 meters were completely transformed into ice with silent death. The great demon born from the corpse looked at this scene in shock, and immediately called the name of his god without even a second of hesitation. "My father Nergal!" He roared his name, and a green and corrupted light lit up in his mouth, nose, eyes and ears, almost igniting him into a torch. A door opened from behind him, and the power from Nergal forcibly opened a warp door here. Seeing this scene, Crane stopped urging his psychic energy. He could have strangled this newly born demon here, leaving him no chance to escape, but he didn't do that, and even slowed down the transformation of ice so that he could escape back to Nergal's garden. "We will see each other again, my friend." Sooner or later, at the last moment, this thing did not forget to say its name. "Remember my name. I am Nerugos, the maggot butterfly." Crane watched him leave calmly, silently memorized the name, and then threw a psychic bomb into the door at the last moment before it closed. This came from Shenyan's extremely dangerous technology. Nergal's troubled garden is afraid that it will usher in another cold disaster, and that Nerugos would most likely be punished for this. According to his calculations, this should delay the time for him to reappear in the material realm. Throwing his cloak, he was about to turn around and leave, but changed his mind at the last moment. How could there be a descendant of Sanguinius here? Feeling the group of Astartes slowly approaching here with standard tactical movements, Crane frowned, but finally chose not to leave. What happened in that hive was a little too complicated. In just 1 week, he even entered the warp. Now was an opportunity to contact the Empire, and he had to use this opportunity to confirm some things. For example, no, it shouldn't be. Crane's eyes darkened a little. Although he was like this most of the time. Ezekiel, who rushed back to the temporary command center as soon as he received the news, looked calm on the surface, but in fact his heart was already turbulent. What the hell? There is a Primarch in such a remote place? When he learned the news, he almost had a relapse of Tsinch's PTSD, but fortunately he immediately remembered that the thing and its great demon were dead and could not die again, so his brothers were unlikely to be deceived. Moreover, their description was true. The Empire did have a new Primarch, dressed in black armor and wearing a bat-shaped helmet, but this was a secret among secrets, and only a few people knew about it. The description used by his brothers did not mention a word about the Primarch except this sentence. Only Ezekiel knew the truth. He rushed into the temporary command center and walked through the long corridor. He finally saw the new Primarch in the command room, waving his hand to signal the other brothers to go out. Ezekiel chose to face him alone. He bowed slightly, solemn and polite, and retained the elegance of a descendant of Sanguinius. "The Third Company of the Crimson Blades Chapter. I know your name, Captain Ezekiel." A man's voice sounded in the room, so calm that it could only remind people of ice. "Your name has been circulating on the Terra space station for a long time, as one of the heroes of the Second Battle of Terra." "Hero? Me?" Ezekiel felt a huge sense of absurdity and shame. He knew what he did in the war. He did nothing in the Second Battle of Terra. "Hero? What kind of meritorious service is this? Those dead Astra Militarum soldiers are the ones who should be rewarded the most." "My lord, I am not a meritorious service. I did nothing in the second defense of Terra. That's what the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs discussed. And some people from the state religion. They stubbornly believe that the return of Sanguinius is inseparable from you, the Crimson Tear. Crane turned his head and looked at the two dark red marks on Ezekiel's face that looked more like blood than tears, and nodded slightly. I understand your feelings, but this is a political game, and it will only bring benefits in the end. Political game? Yes, political game. You are probably curious about why political affairs are related to you. It's actually very simple, Captain Ezekiel. The return of Sanguinius makes the whole empire very happy, but this is not a trivial matter. In fact, his return has touched the sensitive nerves of many people. Crane said solemnly, 10,000 years, Captain Ezekiel, that is a long time. There are too many things to negotiate and too many interests to exchange. For example, your regiment ranks 46th in the new equipment, which is the invisible benefit his return brings to you. Ezekiel's hands were shaking slightly. He had never thought about this. Crane's words were like pulling off some kind of veil that had been hanging in front of his eyes, making him feel a complex bitterness. And Crane saw through this. He stepped forward, extended his right hand to Ezekiel and shook hands with him. His tone was calm, but there was more gentle comfort than before. Don't think too much. The bureaucratic system has been like this since ancient times. Just keep fighting, Captain Ezekiel. This is your best reward for him. In addition, I need you to report something to me. He took out an exquisite silver triangular emblem with a double-headed eagle embossed on it from his belt. But I am not issuing this order to you as the Primarch, but as Crane paused for a moment, as if thinking, I haven't named this organization yet, but what we do is not much different from the Inquisition. Anyway, that's it, Captain Ezekiel. I understand. Ezekiel took a deep breath and prepared for a long speech. Please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 712 Emperor's Sword. Clan's first question surprised Ezekiel. In his imagination, the mysterious new Primarch would probably ask about their battle plan here in some details. The people of the Inquisition usually do this. They will not let go of any suspicious points, and they will often see the big picture from the small details. But Clan is different. His first question is, how long have you been here? 3 weeks, my lord. Did you come here in response to a signal requesting support? Yes, my lord. The planetary governor of this planet used his private spaceship to broadcast a message for help to the universe before being hanged by the rebels. Our ship received it. What is the reason for the rebels' rebellion? This question made Ezekiel hesitate for a while. He thought about it for about 30 seconds before answering cautiously. Considering the reaction speed of the Astartes, this time is already quite long. I don't know, sir. In fact, I don't really care why they rebelled. His answer was filled with the indifference that is unique to the Astartes. No matter why you rebelled, no matter whether you were willing or not, as long as you participated in the rebellion and became a traitor, you must die. Really? Maybe you should care about it, Captain Ezekiel. Crane sighed rarely. According to statistics, 40% of the reasons for rebellion are because they can't survive. This is the case for the Navy and the Army, let alone civilians. Whether you know this or not, Captain Ezekiel, most planetary governors can be regarded as synonymous with corruption and incompetence. However, the Empire still needs them, because compared to corruption and incompetence, the Empire can't accept disloyalty. He calmly spoke words that were almost blasphemous, not taking some of the unspoken rules in the Empire into consideration at all. On the contrary, he was laying out some bloody facts on the table. I'm not saying this because I sympathize with them. In fact, I agree with you on the attitude towards traitors, Captain Ezekiel. It's just that I'm born to like to get to the bottom of most problems. When a problem appears in front of me, I can only pursue its answer. This is my nature. I've gone a little far. Let's get back to the point. The crashed transport ship is my masterpiece. There is also the wreckage of a Chaos Warband ship in the orbit of this planet, led by several Death Guards. However, according to my investigation, the mortal rebels have not had any form of communication with this group of Chaos traitors. Ezekiel's pupils shrank. Yes, that's the problem, Captain, Crane said slowly. We live in a universe that cannot be guessed by common sense. Nothing can be a coincidence, so I want to say." He raised his head, his eyes exuding an icy blue light, and a chill surged from the void. The terrifying coldness almost froze Ezekiel's thoughts. At this moment, his eye sockets felt hot, and blood gushed out, flowing straight down along the bright red tear marks, burning his skin, and also brought him back to his senses from the cold. What happened? Before he could ask, he heard Crane utter the last few words, with a sudden rise of rage, cold like the whispers of the dead. "Gather your brothers, Captain Ezekiel. Our reinforcements were blocked on the road." The first thing that came was pain. As always, Cordos thought, there is nothing strange, he has long been used to it, but this time it may be a little serious. He coughed and climbed up from the ground, holding a chainsaw sword that was broken into 2 pieces in his hand. He looked at his weapon with regret, threw it aside, pulled out the combat dagger at his waist, and took a deep breath. The air with the smell of blood and some strange sweet smell rushed from his nasal cavity into his trachea and then into his lungs. Cordos's drowsy head became clearer. He knew that this was the unique smell of the traitors who had thrown themselves into the arms of the Prince of Pleasure. A disgusting smell. In this sweet and uncomfortable musky smell, Cordos, a sergeant of the Ultramarines Legion, the Emperor's Sword Chapter's Chronos Tactical Squad, grasped his combat dagger and rushed into the darkness ahead without hesitation. The first enemy he encountered was a traitor whose armor and flesh were almost fused together. His right hand was a pink and purple tentacle. Long soft tentacles extended from the wrist, but they flashed a cold metallic light. The traitor was holding an unfortunate brother in his hand, who was being insulted by him. His vocal cords were accurately picked and could not make any sound. He could only make a hoarse sound from his throat. Both of his hands disappeared, and blood was flowing out at this time. Despite this, he still did not give up his intention to attack. The traitor took considerable pleasure in this, and with his disgusting voice he spoke a stream of blasphemies that made Cordos furious. With his dagger in hand, he rushed out of the darkness. The 2 ends of the familiar corridor were now covered with blood, even the portholes, and the cold incandescent lights flickered overhead. The traitor heard his footsteps and turned back with astonishing speed. The tentacle in his right hand tightened at this moment, turning into a sharp, fleshy saber, stabbing Cordo's throat. However, he made a mistake. The poor warrior he was holding in his left hand suddenly swayed his body, and the force was mutual. In just a moment, the traitor lost his balance. A disabled person who had lost his vocal cords and hands had avenged himself. The traitor fell to the ground. Together with Cordos, he climbed up from the dead traitor's body, drew out his combat dagger, and without hesitation, he continued to finish off the bastard until his entire face and throat had turned into a mass of rotten flesh. He then came to the side of his brother. "Dolce, it's me." Cordos looked at him sadly. Dors had trained with him and joined the Chronos Tactical Squad named after the missing captain. They were not brothers, but in these hundreds of years of fighting, their relationship had long surpassed the limits that mortals could imagine. They could die for each other without hesitation, just to win. The dying Dors stared at Cordos with his brown eyes. He could no longer speak, and could only make intermittent sounds. Despite this, Cordos could still understand what he wanted to say. "I know," he whispered. "I will kill more for you, for the Emperor, brother." Dors opened his eyes and stopped breathing. Chapter 713 Emperor's Sword. "I have found a way to keep the divinity away from you." "From the tree man? How do you know?" Shenyan smiled. "I know a lot of things." "Ah, his reputation in the White Tower is pretty good. He is a man of integrity." "So, what did you pay?" The Emperor looked calm. "Compared to your life, it is a price worth mentioning." "I don't really want you to be obsessed with saving me." The mage shrugged, acting nonchalant. "I have some psychological problems, my friend, and my self-destructive tendencies have completely taken over me. For someone who wants to commit suicide, your ability to express yourself clearly is incredible." "Because I don't care enough." Shenyan grinned. "As long as you don't care enough, you can turn many things from impossible to possible. The desire to commit suicide can no longer hurt me. I'm just surprised by this emotion. To be honest, I don't dare to believe it myself." The Emperor looked at his young friend steadily. This mage from another universe who had been busy saving others looked so fragile at this moment. He stood under the stars, with a smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. Nihilism. After a long while, the Emperor whispered, "You think all this is meaningless? I understand this feeling." "Why?" "The Great Emperor has had this feeling before, in the old 2K era." "Yes, I have had this feeling." The Emperor seemed to be lost in memories. His expression became a little bitter. "At that time, I thought that humans could end the meaningless and fighting with their own efforts. They could unite and go to the stars together. I was wrong. I had to take action, and there had to be such a deus ex machina figure to lead them. I didn't like it, so I was very depressed at that time, and I even exiled myself for a while." The sorrow of the immortals? "It's the immortals." The Emperor corrected his words. "You too, at least for now. Your self-identity is still a human being. My humanity will gradually disappear, my friend." Shenyan was very open-minded about this matter. The longer the lifespan, the weaker the humanity will be. "Damn it," he rubbed his face and sighed. "I thought I would be different from them, but now it seems that I just haven't reached that point yet." Shenyan stared at his hands and observed the lines on his palms. "I hate this feeling, sliding into the abyss step by step but unable to do anything." "So that's why you have that idea? To hand over the power to a new god, and then run away regardless of anything?" "Escape is human instinct, my friend." The wizard smiled slightly. "I don't deny that. To be honest, I'm a little tired. I don't want to say something like cheer up, but you still need to listen." The Emperor's expression became serious, and then he pointed at himself. "Everyone will be tired, and everyone will be confused about the future. I can't escape, and you can't escape, but so what? Don't let it succeed, my friend. You must persist in fighting. This is destined to be a war with no end in sight. Unlike this galaxy, the war here will eventually end, but you and I are different." In response, Shenyan just nodded. "Maybe," he said calmly, "but I can't promise you anything. This kind of thing is like an idea. At first, it's just some weird illusion, like standing on the roof and wanting to jump down. Then, you keep thinking, and this idea will become bigger and bigger. No one can tell what will happen in the end." He smiled freely and said sincerely, "It's just a thought, my friend. Thank you." The chainsaw sword in Caldos's hand was roaring. This was not a metaphor, but a real description. His sword was about to break. For some strange reason, it was very difficult to operate. The originally smooth sound of the chainsaw now sounded like the laughter of an asthma patient. Just hearing it made people gasp. Why exactly was this happening? Caldos didn't know. Maybe because the damn machine spirit was unhappy. He took a step back, dodged the enemy's insidious downward swipe, and then stepped forward gracefully, with the chainsaw sword handed out at the same time, and understood the Slaanesh traitor who had been trembling with him for about 2 minutes. The other party grumbled from his throat, and fell down with his head tilted. The fatal wound was in his chest. The chainsword had cut open his chest cavity. He was dead, and the chainsword had died. He gasped and recovered his strength. So far, 6 traitors had died at his hands. This should be a great achievement, but Caldos was not happy at all. The Emperor's Swords chapter rushed to this planet after receiving a call for help, but was inexplicably ambushed on the way. This group of Slaanesh warbands who came out of nowhere attacked them, rushed out of the chaotic reef segmentum, and rammed their ship with their horns, causing an explosion and starting a boarding battle. For the Emperor's Swords chapter, which was not prepared, the current situation was really not optimistic. The more critical point was that so far, he had not seen any of his brothers, living brothers. Along the way, there was blood and corpses everywhere. The bodies of the loyalists were treated as playthings by the traitors. Blood was smeared on the corridors and ceilings, and even the portholes were not spared. This scene made Caldos furious, but also made him feel a little chilly. What about the others? Could it be? No, it's impossible. With anger, Caldos immediately overturned his own guess and began to recite the Emperor's words to get rid of distracting thoughts. He had to do this to give himself some faith and some motivation to hold on. Fortunately, this world is not too cruel to him. At the next corner of the ship, 3 Astartes of the Emperor's Sword chapter who formed a formation and moved forward cautiously met him. For both sides, this was a relief. Sergeant Cordos, the leader, was a technical sergeant from the 6th Company, with a serious expression and only one right eye. Although I don't like to say this, I have to tell you that I am very happy to see you. Me too, One Eye. Me too, Humphrey. The technical sergeant called One Eye showed a cold smile. Lucky for you. I won't bother with you for calling me by my nickname this time. These two are new recruits from the 10th Company. They just passed the test not long ago. Damn it, they haven't even received their own power swords yet. Cordos looked at the two bloody recruits with a scrutinizing look and nodded approvingly. This look made them straighten their chests immediately. Let's stop here to reminisce about the past. Where are you from? The hangar. The traitors set up an evil formation there. Cordos cursed. I brought it from the bridge. It seems we have to go to the main control room first. Agreed. One Eye nodded, took a bolt pistol from his waist and threw it to Cordos. Come on, Sergeant. The command is handed over to you. Chapter 714 Emperor's Sword. Cordos had expected that this road would not be smooth, and he had prepared himself mentally from the beginning. However, mental preparation can only serve as icing on the cake. On a real battlefield, the situation changes every second. Even a well-conditioned bolter can make mistakes, let alone a human. He narrowly avoided the sharp blade again, but failed to avoid the second blow. The traitor who believed in Slaanesh insidiously stabbed the saber in his chest and abdomen. With just one stab, Cordos' life would end here. The pain came like a tide, and those who had not been stabbed would not understand this feeling. It was as if a cold hole had opened in the abdomen, and your life and all soft things were lost from this cold hole. Cordos, he was used to pain, so he could do some incredible things. He raised his left hand without any ripples or even hesitation. Amidst the intense pain and the effects of the poison on the blade, he aimed his bolter at the traitor who was within reach. Cordos was satisfied to see that the smile on the traitor's face had disappeared. No, he screamed shrilly, like a complete coward. Yes, Cordos pulled the trigger, fearless in his eyes. For the Emperor. 1, 2, 3 times. A mass of rotten flesh fell to the ground, making a dull echo. Cordos slowly sat down against the wall. The vile poison had begun to invade his mind, but he had not completely lost his ability to fight. I can't fall here. They still need me. He turned his head to look at the two recruits who were struggling to resist a traitor. The one-eyed man was cursing beside them, blurting out dirty words, and was fighting with a guy with half his face rotten with a saber. The battle cry of the recruits reached his ears. It was the slogan passed down from generation to generation by the Emperor's Sword chapter. It is not just a short and powerful sentence. It is the determination of countless people who have fought and died without regrets. Their courage makes the sentence seem to be coated with a layer of golden brilliance, and their blood shines on it. Cordos raised the hand holding the gun and silently recited the words. I am his sharp blade, and I am your death. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out again. The first shot was extremely accurate, and the head of the bastard who was fighting with the recruits was immediately smashed into pieces. The remaining 2 shots were slightly worse. His hand could no longer aim normally because the poison spread too quickly. However, they still completed the mission they were forged for. The opponent of the technical sergeant One Eye screamed, and his left hand holding the knife was directly broken, and there was a big hole between his chest and abdomen. One Eye did not miss this precious opportunity, and rushed forward, slashing down with the saber, directly chopping the guy's head in half. After doing all this, he turned around suddenly. Cordos. He rushed over and supported Cordos who was about to fall to the ground, looking at his brother worriedly. The recruits also came over, looking solemnly at the dying man, looking at this respectable warrior. Cordos's eyes stayed on their faces for a moment, and then the one-eyed one. His eyes were sluggish, and he had no ability to think. He just moved his eyeballs out of instinct. Blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth and nasal cavity. The terrible toxin had melted all his internal organs. Even the Astartes could not resist such a thing. When his life was about to end, Cordos heard a voice. It was not the voice of the one-eyed one, nor the voice of the recruits silently reciting the Emperor's prayer for him, nor even the sound of his own weak breathing. It was a firm, calm voice that instinctively made him feel at ease. Carlos couldn't hear what he was saying. The noise echoed in his ears, like tinnitus or something else. His eyes widened, a golden glow began to emerge from the bottom of his eyes, and a bone-chilling chill rose from his spine to his brain. This power was neither gentle nor invigorating, but it reassured him, because he heard it clearly. "It is not time yet, Carlos of the Emperor's Sword," the voice said. "It is not time yet. Stand up and take back your ship." He did as he was told. The one-eyed man looked at the scene in shock. He saw golden flames surging from Carlos, who should have been dead, for 2 short seconds. He did not understand what was happening here, until Carlos stood up and pulled out the vicious saber that pierced his chest and abdomen. Its twisted amplitude and the blasphemous mark left by its previous owner were burned away in the golden flames, and it slowly deformed. Under the tempering of the flames, the saber became what it originally looked like, straight and sharp, with a double-headed eagle guard and a skull counterweight at the end. It was held by a strong and steady hand. Carlos breathed heavily. For a while, there was silence on the bridge. Then, Carlos spoke. He said, "It's not time yet." "What?" One Eye asked. "It's not time yet." Carlos turned his head, and the flames disappeared. Standing here was just an ordinary Astartes. "Come on, let's take our ship back." "What we have to do is simple," Crane said. "We only need 2 aircraft, no matter what model, but they must have the ability to fly into orbit. On there," he raised his hand and pointed to the sky, "there is a regiment that came to support us, and it was attacked." The heavy news exploded among the crowd like a bomb, and Ezekiel saw that many of his brothers immediately put on angry expressions. He understood this feeling, because he was the same. No Astartes could ignore this feeling. "The attackers are unknown. My psychic power didn't tell me more, but they are probably a bunch of scum who believe in Slaanesh. It's not clear how many people there are." Crane didn't hide anything, nor did he put on the so-called Prime Arch's momentum. He just calmly and almost indifferently told everything. "My plan is 2 aircraft." He raised his right hand and put up 2 fingers. "2 are enough. No more." The warriors of the Crimson Blade listened quietly. Although Crane's words were calm, they sounded like a song of shock in their ears. It was the call of war, and the reason they live is war. "My lord," Ezekiel said, "what do you need us to do?" "Launch an attack on the rebels," Crane said firmly and slowly. "I will deal with the 2 Stormblade tanks, and your mission is the 2 aircraft. We must support that regiment, understand?" There was no answer, only the sound of steel clashing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Emperor's Sword. Survival is not an inherent right, but a trophy that many people have robbed from this indifferent galaxy. Astropath Isaac thought so. His black robe touched the ground, and a pair of cold hands controlled him, making him walk according to the intentions of the owner of those hands. Isaac felt a wave of disgust spreading from his touched shoulders to his whole body, and he also heard the heavy breathing behind him. "Damn traitor!" The Astropath cursed silently, but pretended to be able to do anything for his own survival. He walked tremblingly, groveling, and lowered his head, and then was taken to a dark place. Isaac immediately recognized it. This was the hangar on the Emperor's Sword. In the past, it was bright and spotless. The servitors would perform the highest standards of cleaning here. This was a good place, and he liked the hangar very much. However, it is not now. Now, this is a vile, blasphemous and chilling place. Just one look at it almost made Isaac vomit his soul. The ground was covered with human skin, trembling gently with the breeze. Intestines hung from the ceiling, and innocent people who were not human forms were hung there, connected by their intestines. They screamed miserably, but attracted the laughter of the group of traitors below. Isaac's hands trembled slightly. Emperor. He really wanted to detonate the psychic energy immediately to kill himself and all the traitors here, but he couldn't. Yes, he couldn't. "Before I die, I have one more thing to do." The numb chill spread from the back of his head to his eyes. The astropath with a numb face stammered in fake fear and asked the traitor behind him, "My lord, what can I do for you?" He heard a snort of laughter. The traitor said arrogantly, "It's very simple, mortal. Use their lives to start the ritual. This is the purpose of you being brought here. It is also your only purpose." Damn it, Isaac's heart sank. Ritual, ritual. What else do these bastards have in their minds besides summoning demons? No, they can't succeed. As a rare, senior astropath, Isaac has seen many battles with demons, and none of them were easy. He doesn't want and can't let this summoning ceremony go smoothly, otherwise there will be another demon on the list of enemies of the Empire. It may have appeared before but was exiled, or it may be newly born. No matter which one, Isaac doesn't want to see this happen. The problem is, what to do? He thought anxiously, turning the rosary in his hand, and at the same time he had to pretend that he didn't understand at all. What? I don't understand, sir. What ceremony? Alas, the traitor sighed impatiently. It's always like this. You poor psychers are captured, trained, and then die on their ships like consumables, generation after generation. But you never even understand the truth of the world. I know much more than you, you bastard, the traitor said. Summoning ritual. I want you to use your psychic power to communicate with the souls of these people. Understand? They are not dead yet, but they will be soon. The exquisite craftsmanship of my brothers and I makes them feel extremely painful, but not die immediately. In short, just do it, psyker. You don't need to understand how to do it. You just need to do it. Isaac nodded obediently. Understood, my lord. He was pushed by cold eyes. The traitors looked at him, and that look made him almost grit his teeth. They were not looking at a person, but at a piece of goods. He seemed to be naked, and these traitors were buyers and butchers, evaluating which piece of meat on his body was worth slaughtering. Astropath Isaac came to the center of the hangar, raised his head, and stared at the ceiling. A civilian living on the ship looked at him wailingly. He didn't know him, and the other party didn't know him either. The Emperor's sword is large enough to accommodate some people living at the bottom, as servants serving the Astartes. And now, these loyalists were skinned, hung up, and wailing on the ceiling. The blood of innocent people dripped slowly, falling on the ground and on Isaac's face and body. Hurry up, the traitor who brought him here roared. Don't try to test my patience, otherwise I will find another psyker and let him kill you to take your place, just like you killed your companions. Yes, my lord. Isaac clasped his hands together and lowered his head. The rosary beads hung naturally on his right wrist. He closed his eyes and began to communicate with psychic energy, and his breathing became heavier. The traitors watched all this with satisfaction. They did not realize the true thoughts of this psyker who seemed to kill his companions for his own life. They just thought that Isaac was a despicable traitor like them. In fact, he was not. The companions killed by his own hands were willing to die, just like him. Unsettling whispers began to ring in his ears, whispers from hell. The words of the warp were blasphemous and threatening, but Isaac had been dealing with such things all his life. All he had learned in his life was to stop them from polluting his soul, and then use his soul to serve the Empire and humanity. So he began to silently recite the name of the Emperor. Merciful Emperor, your servant is calling you here. Please give me strength, courage and faith. Isaac closed his eyes and his body trembled. The traitors watched this scene with satisfaction. Their senses were very sensitive and they could clearly know that the air was getting heavy and the summoning circle made of blood on the ground was also lit up. A traitor grinned and gestured to another person. Isaac's psychic power captured this scene, and a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. No, through psychic power, he saw what they were hiding. In another place, many Emperor sword warriors and civilians were imprisoned. As long as Isaac used his psychic power to activate this formation, they would be killed at the same time and sacrificed. This cannot happen. Psychic power emanated from his body, and his 7 orifices began to glow. Such violent psychic power made the traitors furious. They were not fools, and naturally knew that this psychic did not do what they said. Someone immediately raised his grenade launcher and wanted to fire, but it was too late. Emperor, Isaac closed his eyes and said loudly. He had never spoken so loudly in his life. His voice sounded like the echo of 1,000 people, the tide of the dead, and the endless anger of the loyalists. At this time, the innocent people who were hung stopped screaming. A third of a second later, a violent explosion sounded. Chapter 716 Emperor's Sword. The complicated wind blew towards him, and Shenyan did not use the magic circle to block their invasion. The mage stood here expressionlessly. This is a place that cannot be described in words. The land of illusion. Here, nothing really exists. Time, space, and even him. In the previous second, he did not exist in this space until the great magic power like the tide shaped his body. The voice of the tree man sounded in his ears. You responded to the divinity again. Yes, the mage replied. So? The tree man did not care about his impatient attitude. For creatures like it, the attitudes of others are not important at all. It just does things according to its interests. The current businessman's face. The smiling and kind face is just a disguise. As long as it wants, it can change into another face at any time. As long as it wants, it can be a god or a devil that destroys the world as long as it wants. Shenyan suddenly felt a sense of boredom. Will I become like this? The content of the transaction is that I will help you get rid of the divinity. Guest. The voice of the tree man echoed in this space. But you have been responding to their prayers, which will only make you more alienated from the divinity. I know. The will of all living beings turned into silver threads in front of his eyes, and some broken scenes began to flash before his eyes. Men and women sleeping by the fire, exhausted soldiers, innocent children standing beside their dead mothers. Without saying a word, they began to call out, the emperor, the gods. They began to pray for salvation, begging for redemption. But they didn't know that the object of their prayers had changed. The silver thread disappeared, and a mirror made of darkness appeared in front of him, reflecting his reflection, a thin man, with black hair scattered behind his head, like black iron, and golden light reflected in his eyes. For the first time, there was some doubt in the voice of the tree man. Why are you doing this? What? You are committing suicide. This is not called suicide. I am just responding to their prayers. They prayed to me for protection, hoping for some insignificant mercy. What reason do I have not to give them? Shenyan said lightly. The tree man was silent for a moment. If it wanted, it could be a philosopher or any other person who pondered the ultimate mystery of the universe. But even such a creature was silent in front of the wizard. I can't understand. The tree man's voice sounded again. I have never met someone like you. Never. Really? I never lie to my guests, the tree man said seriously. Shenyan just smiled casually. He didn't know how to explain this to the tree man, how to explain to others something that he didn't even know the reason for. He didn't know why he should respond to their prayers. Logically speaking, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. They were just humans in another universe, strangers to him, and even the name that called him belonged to another person. However, the wizard couldn't just ignore it. Do your job, he said in a tone that was almost a sigh. Get rid of this divinity. At the moment the explosion sounded, Cordos turned his head and looked at the hangar. What's wrong? One Eye asked. Nothing. The sergeant shook his head, said nothing, and just kept moving forward. The saber in his left hand gleamed faintly. 3 minutes later, they encountered the enemy again. The flash of the bullet burst out from the muzzle of the gun, and the buzzing sound bombarded Cordo's ears, like a claw across his mind. A surge of anger made him take a step forward, and the saber slashed horizontally, and a traitor's head flew high, and then the smelly blood spurted out. Traitor! His roar was like a knife scraping against metal, or two stones rubbing against each other. You are a bunch of shameless cowards. It's better than you. A coward who believes in the false emperor. A traitor at the other end of the corridor responded with a wild laugh. At least the god we believe in dares to admit his own appearance, instead of that rotten corpse who dares not even admit what he is. The one-eyed man was furious before Cordos, and the face of the technical sergeant was distorted, making his face look hideous and terrifying, followed by a series of swear words that could not be described in detail. One Eye had served in the Emperor's swords for more than 200 years, and he was still a technical sergeant because of this habit that he could never change. He would always be punished by the priests after the battle, or called in for a long talk by the commander, but he just wouldn't change. Cordos had never been so glad that he hadn't changed this habit. One Eye said what he wanted to say in a more violent and lethal way, like a venomous snake spitting venom. The traitor who shouted was trembling with anger, and the decorative nails on his armor rang. Despite this, he still hid at the other end of the corridor like a coward and fired with a grenade launcher, just not daring to rush forward. Cordos found out about this and told it with a disdainful sneer. "What a coward! You only dare to hide behind the bunker and shout helplessly?" The guy screamed, which might have been an extremely angry roar, but he changed his voice for the sake of enjoyment, maybe even his gender. Anyway, his voice became very high-pitched and very annoying. Then there were heavy footsteps, and a bolter was thrown over. Cordos raised his eyebrows in surprise and heard the guy's gloomy voice, "Come out and face me, come out." "I'll make you." A violent explosion interrupted everything, and the bridge was blown in half by something. The unfortunate traitor and his bolter were sucked into the vacuum. Cordos raised his hand to block the fire, and then immediately activated the magnetic boots to prevent himself from losing balance due to the violent turbulence and flying high. The air was disappearing, but he still had time to do everything. His reaction speed became inexplicably fast, and even after he did all this, he still had time to grab the belt behind a recruit and pull him over. Then it was the old one-eyed man. The poor technical sergeant was too close to the explosion, so close that he was directly knocked unconscious. But miraculously he didn't die, only his beard was singed. Oh, and his burning hair. The remaining recruit passed him by and flew towards the back of the bridge in the fire of the explosion. Fortunately, he quickly hugged the broken part of the wall and stabilized himself temporarily. Cordos cast a comforting look at him, then stepped back and let the recruit hold his shoulders. The magnetic boots were still working strongly and had not lost their due function. At the same time, a cold air suddenly poured in from the broken part of the bridge. A black shadow like a bat walked out of the broken mouth, out of the vacuum, with cold anger flashing in his eyes, and steel creaking around him. Many warriors wearing crimson power armor jumped out from behind him one after another, with double-headed eagles shining on their chests. Until this moment, Cordos breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 717 Emperor's Sword. The shadow did not come towards them. Although he glanced at them, Cordos was sure of this. He threw his cloak and disappeared into the darkness. Then, a warrior without a helmet came over, and two technical sergeants were busy repairing the broken fracture behind him. He gave the Sky Eagle salute, and Cordos wanted to return the salute, but then he found that he was still holding the recruit and the one-eyed man, which looked ridiculous. The warrior coughed, and tactfully resolved the embarrassment, giving him time to sort himself out. Two deep red tear marks on his face made the warrior look very majestic. "Hello, brother. I am the captain of the 3rd Company of the Crimson Blade Chapter, Ezekiel Zanglin." "Hello, brother." Cordos finally had time to return the salute. From the corner of his eye, he found that the two recruits were blushing at this time. Obviously, they had no idea how to face each other when facing veterans outside the chapter. He sighed silently in his heart, and then immediately calmed down. "I am the sergeant of the Kronos Tactical Squad of the 1st Company of the Emperor's Swords, Cordos Harris. We are ordered to come to support you." At this point, he paused and showed a bitter smile on his face. Several gunshots rang out, and it was the soldiers of the Crimson Blade who were shooting at the traitors lying on the ground. "I'm sorry that we still need you to support us in return." Cordos pursed his lips and inserted the saber into the belt at his waist. "This is really, alas." Everything returned to a sigh. "Don't be like this, brother Cordos." The warrior with crimson tear marks looked at him with relief. "Fighting with traitors is like this. Tactics and plans will always be destroyed by them, right?" His humor made Cordos relax a little, but only a little. Cordos wanted to talk to him for a while, but the bat shadow came back at some point and suddenly appeared behind Ezekiel, a full head taller than him, and his body was completely enlarged, like a living giant. This discovery made his muscles tense. The shadow spoke, and the cold breath surged out, making the already cold bridge even colder. "Captain Ezekiel, let the technical sergeants in your company go to the engine. which was damaged by the traitors and placed with hot melt bombs. It seems that is their last resort. I have removed the bomb. The shadow paused and looked at the nervous Cordos. But they still need to go and repair the damaged areas. Otherwise the ship can't move. Understood, sir. In addition, there are some injured people outside the hangar who need help, including many Astartes of the Emperor's sword and some innocent civilians. Understood, sir. Ezekiel nodded to Cordos and then left. The shadow remained where he was, staring at Cordos with a careful look, his eyes lingering on the saber on his belt for a moment, making him extremely nervous. He opened his mouth, but didn't even know how to address him. The shadow seemed to have noticed this, and took off his helmet, revealing a face that looked like a sculpture. He was handsome and impeccable, and noble and suffocating, but his calm expression and the coldness in his eyes ruined everything. The name is not important, the shadow said calmly. His eyes swept over the two trembling recruits, and nodded slightly to them. Don't be nervous, I'm not a big shot. If I wasn't, it would be strange. Cordos thought. He actually had a very heretical guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it. He didn't even dare to let his thoughts drift in that direction. The shadow pondered for a while. How long have you not been in contact with the Inquisition, or received any news from Terra in any form? Cordos blinked, not understanding what these two questions meant. He liked Terra, but hated the Inquisition. The whole chapter. It was for this reason that they had been fighting the Tyranids on the edge of the Imperium. They had come back this time because their ship needed an overhaul. The Emperor's sword was more than just a ship to them. For a small chapter without a home world, it was their home. Cordos said carefully, at least 400 years, my lord. 400 years. The shadow nodded, a cold blue light emanating from his eyes. Sergeant Cordos, do you know what happened to you? Here it comes. Cordos' heart sank. He couldn't hide it. What would happen next? The sergeant smiled bitterly, knowing that he would probably have to go to the Inquisition. Those people didn't care whether what happened to them was a blessing from the Emperor or not. They only asked questions and were skeptical of every miracle. But the shadow's next words made him widen his eyes in shock. It was a miracle, the shadow concluded. But we don't know what happened to you, so you need to come with us and go back to Terra. Oh, by the way, I have 3 things to tell you. First, your genetic father, Robert Gilliman, has awakened. He has been awake for some time. There is no news circulation where you are fighting, so you cannot receive the news of his awakening. I regret this. Second, Terra fought the second defense battle 3 years ago. The evil gods and their demons invaded Terra, but we finally won. The Emperor also resurrected, walked down from his throne, and killed Siege with his own hands. Yes, we have one less enemy. Third, the Inquisition has disappeared, replaced by a new organization. And I am the head of this organization. I haven't thought of its name yet, but I would like to invite you to join, Sergeant Cordos. That's all I have to say. Take a good rest with your brothers. You won't have so much time after you go to Terra. The children on the Terra space station are very much looking forward to you warriors returning from afar, and you may be pestered to tell stories. After dropping 3 bombs and blowing the brains of the 3 people who were still awake into a ball of paste, Clan threw his cloak and disappeared into the shadows again. What just happened? What was he talking about? Cordos looked blankly in the direction he left, blinking dully, and his wooden posture lasted for a full 5 minutes before he came to his senses. It was not because of him, but because the old one-eyed man under his feet woke up. The technical sergeant just woke up and saw his old friend looking down at him like a fool. That expression made him curse the Emperor and his sacred awe. A passing Crimson Blade warrior cast a strange look at this outspoken man, and then walked away quickly. Cordos raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Resigned. Going home tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately, I ran fast. Brothers, Wuhan has added another case. If I don't leave, I have to go to the hotel for quarantine for 14 days and then go back to work. Who can stand this? I will start writing tomorrow afternoon and resume my normal updates. I am already thirsty for it. I will do a 10,000 tomorrow to warm up my hands. Chapter 718. Awakening. Removing divinity is a very difficult to describe painful process. If I have to say it, It is like having one's marrow sucked out alive. There is no anesthesia, no means of alleviating pain, only endurance. Standing in the land of illusion, he closed his eyes tightly, and complicated thoughts surged and fell like tides. Torn pictures flashed before his eyes again, one after another, from the sunrise of a garden world to the struggle of a war-torn planet. People had smiles on their faces, wore clean clothes, and had everything that others dreamed of. And some others, they fought to death, with unpleasant thoughts. The two pictures disappeared, and then another one appeared, from thousands of years ago, or 10,000 years ago, or maybe now. It did not come from the real universe, but from the warp. It was Tallman, dying, almost dead, but not yet. His hair was a color between pale and gray, his expression was hard as iron, and his eyes were reminiscent of a towering and majestic castle. "No," he said. He threw down a sentence without a beginning or an end, and the picture ended. Then there was another picture, and more pictures. In just a few seconds, millions of pictures passed by his eyes at a speed that mortals could not understand. How ridiculous! Mortals could not even understand them, let alone the truth hidden behind them. This world has never been friendly to humans, or perhaps, there has never been a world that is friendly to humans. They claim to be the masters of the world, but the reality is often completely contrary to this arrogant idea. Shenyan opened his eyes, and the voice of the tree man sounded just right. "Please wait a moment, guest. I am performing the last ritual. As long as it is completed, the divinity in your body will be completely eliminated." Hearing this, he looked down at the wooden doll placed at his feet. It had no face, and its rough limbs lay flat and lifeless. Its predecessor was a body abandoned by a god, and it was shaped into its current appearance after passing through the hands of the tree man. An empty shell, that's how the tree man described it. It was completely blank, but because of the power of the tree man, it had the power to carry any attribute of divinity. "How long will it take?" Shenyan asked. From the end of his finger, a golden light was slowly spreading out, turning into a golden light band connected to the puppet on the ground. The tree man answered him after a while, and his voice sounded a little labored and distorted. "There is no exact time, guest." Its voice was losing its original authenticity. "Here, time has no meaning, so I can't answer your question." And vague adjectives. "I guess you don't like it." "Yes, I don't like it. So how long will it take?" "I don't know, guest. Please wait." The tree man sighed. "This is the first time I have seen such a complex divinity. It is really difficult to remove them without hurting you." The wizard stopped talking and just endured everything in silence. The pain became more and more intense, but he ignored it. Gilliman tapped the tabletop of his desk unconsciously with his fingers. He didn't know when he changed the desk. It was made of steel, and it clanged when he tapped it. He had been in this position for more than 15 minutes. What made him think for so long was the document in front of him. There was a wax seal on the upper right corner, with the emblem of Mars on it. On the upper left corner was a large Mechanicus logo. The font was very neat, even too neat, and it was obvious that it was not handwritten. The Mechanicus always liked to get closer to the machines, and even today, when they were far away from the Terra space station, it had not changed at all. The handwriting itself was not the point, but what these words expressed together was the point. Gilliman's brows were getting deeper and deeper, and a vague feeling made him instinctively feel that something was wrong with this document. But what was wrong? The document itself only expressed the desire of a group of Mechanicus priests to visit a Terra space station, which was normal. In the past 3 years, countless qualified priests had fought each other every day to obtain a place to visit. As a group of people who believe in the God of all machines, it is understandable that they are so obsessed with the Terra space station. However, Gilliman felt that this document was not right. He had signed such documents 30 times, but this one made him feel uneasy. He had no evidence, but he just felt it was not right based on his intuition. Such a mysterious situation was originally what he hated the most, just like he hated religion. But now he has become a magic apprentice, so naturally he has changed a little. However, Gilliman was quite dissatisfied with the title of apprentice. After all, he was already able to skillfully use various enchantment spells. Just yesterday, He enchanted his original desk with a reinforcement spell to show the Khan and little Horus. This spell is very simple, and the effect is the same as its name, just reinforcement. As a result, after the spell was completed, the Khan ordered someone to take his knife to test Guilliman's attainment in magic. So, Guilliman changed to an iron desk today. Taking a deep breath, he simply stood up from the chair. The Lord of Ultramar showed a rare hesitation on his face. 15 minutes was enough for him to memorize the 30,000-word document. Guilliman was going over the details of the document in his mind, apart from his titles, from the wording to the names of the 20 priests who were on board the station. He went over them again and again. Finally, he shook his head and decided to deal with the matter after dinner. He was not hungry, but he wanted to talk with his brothers after a day's work. With this thought in mind, he pushed open the door of his office and arrived at a special lounge in 5 minutes. The Khan was waiting inside early. The Chagorians would not neglect food in the slightest. At this time, Jaghatai Khan was standing in front of the porthole of the lounge, gazing at the huge Terra space station. He heard Guilliman push the door open and said without turning his head, "What a masterpiece! What do you mean, me, or the space station?" Guilliman said half-jokingly, making the Khan silent for a full 5 seconds before answering. Of course it is the space station. I would not describe it as a masterpiece. I would rather call it a miracle, the Khan asked. Guilliman shook his head, pulled out a chair from the long table in front of him and sat down. In my imagination, she will not be a one-off miracle. In fact, the production line on The Vengeance is qualified to equip each planet with a space station. His eyes sparkled as he said this. Imagine, my brother, just think about that picture. Don't you feel excited about it? I am a man with a poor imagination. The Khan turned his head and said expressionlessly, I can't think of that picture unless you give each of my descendants a piece of the latest power armor. TSK. There it comes again. Guilliman frowned. This treacherous eagle. He rejected the Khan's request as soon as he opened his mouth. Impossible. The latest power armor must be supplied first to those warbands fighting on the borders of the Empire. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. What about weapons? Jaghatai Khan still did not give up. The new type of bolter that can shoot enchanted bullets can be mass-produced, right? Swords are always easier to make than shields. Don't tell me this won't work, Robert. That's no problem. Guilliman nodded. Come to my office after dinner and we will discuss the details. However, I have to tell you again that power armor must be allocated first to those warbands that are always fighting, and those warbands without a home world will have to be given a higher priority. He paused, with some guilt in his voice. It's not fair for them to fight under difficult conditions. The Khan nodded and said nothing. He also has a scale in his heart. Everyone is fighting for all mankind. He can't jump out and take away the power armor that originally belonged to others and throw it to his own offspring. Let alone whether the Khan would do this. Even if he did, whether his descendants would accept it or not is another matter. Chagorians have integrity. They tacitly turned the topic to another direction, such as the recent life of the White Scars warriors on the glory of Makrag. Many White Scar veterans have been in the arena every day recently to spar with the Ultramarines. Due to the existence of the medical cabin, the danger level of sparring is now no different from actual combat, except that they will not really kill. Broken limbs and near death are commonplace, as long as there is still a breath. The medical cabin on standby next to the arena can save people. However, this topic did not last too long. Little Horus soon opened the door and walked in. He grew very fast and was already 2 meters tall. His face shape was becoming more and more resolute, and he looked more and more like the person in the memory of the Khan and Guilliman. They were all in a trance for a while. Little Horus did not notice the emotions of the two. He looked very happy, holding the mask in his hand and stroking the edge. Robert, I saw the dreadnoughts you mentioned today, he said excitedly. What a respectable group of people. I heard that 3 dreadnoughts are going to Terra Station for repairs this week. Is that true? Guilliman glanced at the Khan and smiled a winner. The Khan curled his lips and turned his head away. Of course it's true, Horus. Guilliman nodded. They are all seriously injured warriors who continue to fight for the Empire in the dreadnoughts. Unfortunately, their pain will not be alleviated by the dreadnoughts, so when they are not fighting, They are asleep most of the time, he patiently explained to Horus. This is a pity. You know, these veterans are the precious treasures of the Legion. No, the chapter. If they can stay awake all the time, the cohesion within the chapter will be raised to a higher level, not to mention the wealth recorded in their memories. Fortunately, Terra Station has a way to solve this matter. He smiled proudly. Of course, I also played a role in it. Come on, Robert, the Khan interrupted, his expression indifferent. You just pressed a button to start the Terra space station, as if you invented this method. Gilliman choked and was speechless, and little Horus naturally looked at the Khan, who interrupted. Good evening, Shaghatai. He greeted politely at first, and then began to ask his own questions. What's the matter with that button? Good evening, Horus. The Khan nodded his chin at him slightly. That's it. Robert Gilliman pressed the button, driven by a sense of ritual. He insisted on doing this, and then the Terra space station started. It is worth mentioning that she actually didn't need someone to press the button at all. She did. Gilliman frowned. Of course she does. At least her appearance and design were conceived by me. But the technology has nothing to do with you, right? These are all the masterpieces of that wizard. He is my teacher. Don't you think this rebuttal is a bit far-fetched? Ha, whatever. So you are going to talk to me in this capacity now? Good, good. The Khan showed a sardonic smile, and the voice of the next sentence was dragged out by him. Magic apprentice, Lord Gilliman, what a good name. What does your teacher's credit have to do with you? Horus smiled at his two brothers. His face was obscured by the shadow cast by the chandelier for a moment. His eyes looked sad and warm at that moment, reminiscent of broken ice crystals. I really miss the scene, he whispered, and the two people on the other side heard this, stopped their childish quarrels, and turned to look at Horus leaning back in his chair. At this time, his face completely overlapped with the face of the person in their memory. I really thought I was dreaming, the broken mind said with a completely peaceful attitude. Perhaps I am indeed dreaming. Is this another conspiracy of Tsinch? He wants to use the friendship of my brothers to make me sink? Horus shook his head. Wishful thinking. This old phantom that still lingers in the past stood up with a young body and looked at Khan and Gilliman sadly. If this is true, we have never been divided, and I have never made a big mistake. The galaxy does not have to burn, and people do not have to bleed for my stupidity. Mothers and children will not be separated, and lovers can embrace each other. He came to the porthole. I really hope this is true. Ah, the broken mind let out a last sigh, and then little Horus came back. He raised his hands, looked at where he was in confusion, turned his head and looked at the silent two people, blinked. What happened to me just now? You dreamed, Horus. Khan said gently. Yes, you had a dream, a nightmare, but it has woken up. Gilliman replied with a smile. There is still a 6K chapter, and the familiar rhythm is back. Chapter 719, Reign of Salamanders. Angren laid down in the medical cabin tiredly, and Sanguinius stood by, looking at him worriedly. Fulgrim stood in a corner of the room with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, but he still glanced at Angren from time to time. Frank was not there at all. He left 10 days ago, saying that he was going to carry out a new mission. It was hard for the former Inquisitor who had been following him. Rest became a luxury. He was either on a mission or on the way to a mission. Okay, let's start the medical cabin, Angren said. Damn it, the tree man's teleportation method is too rough. I still feel a headache. Sanguinius raised his hand and pressed a few times on the panel on the top of the medical cabin. The hatch slowly closed, and a light blue glow began to light up in the cabin. Sanguinius's slightly distorted voice sounded in Angren's ears. What is the experience of crossing the boundary? I can't describe it. Angren turned his head uncomfortably, and the blue light made him squint. It's not a particularly good feeling, and it may be because the tree man is not very skilled. At least when he took me across the world, I never felt anything was wrong. Is this normal? Fulgrim interrupted, turning his head to look out the window, and said casually, you've been back for 3 days, but you're still very tired. Could it be that you were cursed by Nergal? You are the one who is cursed, Angren said unhappily. You don't have to talk if you can't, Fulgrim. Phoenix raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Angren, who was lying in the medical cabin and receiving the 7th full body scan in these days, rolled his eyes and said slowly, The tree man told me that this is because of, confusion of consciousness caused by world travel. This situation will occur when a cross-world mage is taken to travel through the world. Just wait for a while. So, this is normal? Sanguinius pursed his lips, and the worry on his face could not be hidden. I still can't rest assured. The medical cabin shows that the degree of fit between your soul and body has dropped from 100% to 76%. Don't worry, Sanguinius. Angren, as a patient, began to comfort him. Even if you don't believe what the tree man said, you have to believe in the medical cabin. I will be fine. Just rest for a while. His voice gradually faded away, because the medical cabin began to execute the sleep program. The magic circle in the cabin will make him fall asleep, and his body will be repaired in his sleep. Sighing again, Sanguinius shook his head, turned around and left the room, followed by Fulgrim. The two Primarchs walked on the ship. Fulgrim's expression was calm, as if he was thinking. Sanguinius's expression was sad, and the wings behind him emitted a white sacred light. Fulgrim, who was walking behind him, saw this scene and couldn't help but think of a long-standing saying in his mind. Sanguinius: well, what's wrong, Fulgrim? Do you know that saying about you? His question made Sanguinius blink. Which one do you mean? My statues are very popular in the Empire, or some artists always like to create male nude statues based on me. What? Fulgrim almost began to doubt his ears. Wait, what did you just say? Compared to his reaction, Sanguinius seemed very calm. The Archangel stopped and carefully observed the mural on the ceiling above his head. I won't repeat myself again. It's your turn. What did you want to say? Fulgrim decided to let himself go and directly skipped the words Sanguinius said. He began to speak. There is a saying about you. You are the one who is most like the paintings created by people among all the Primarchs. Ah, this one. The Archangel laughed happily. I like this saying very much, but the fact does make me feel ashamed. Their respect and love for me has exceeded what I deserve for what I have done. I mean, I obviously did nothing. Phoenix glanced at the smiling Sanguinius. He clearly said nothing, but his expression seemed to say everything. The galaxy is not always gloomy and sinister. It has some warm places where people comfort each other and support each other through the darkness. But in most places, although I am reluctant to admit this, yes, as the evil god's lackeys preach, most people do not live like human beings. Odor, a farmer who used to be a militiaman, is the majority who do not live like human beings. He is on a remote agricultural planet. The crops grown here are a kind of crop with rich yield, but the taste is extremely bad and the nutritional value is not high. Often after a year of labor and harvest, Odor's remaining money is not even enough for him to buy a new set of clothes for his son. But it didn't matter, because they were still alive, although it might be the end of their lives. Odor sat in front of his house, smoking a pipe, which was passed down to him by his father. To be precise, it was passed down to his father by his father's father, and then to him by his father. Why did he describe it like this? Because he didn't know how to address his father's father. Whenever he introduced the origin of the pipe to others, he would say a lot of this. There was no way. He couldn't read, and he didn't know anything else. He was just a retired farmer. At this moment, the farmer was looking up at the sky. The rainy season came too early this year, and the rain fell on the ground. He was very thin, without much flesh on his face, but with many wrinkles, so many that he almost aged 20 years. Father. A child walked out of the house, wearing tattered linen and fanning himself, with his cheeks sunken from thinness. Odor looked at his face with heartache, but the child didn't notice his father's heartache at all, and just raised his hand to show him a clay sculpture in his hand. What is that? Little Tree. Odor called his son's nickname affectionately. Before he turned 15, Odor did not plan to spend money to find scholars in the city to give him a name. Little Tree was enough. He hoped that his son could grow from a small tree into a big tree and live strong. I made a statue. Little Tree laughed, and there was a smile on his dirty face. It looks like Mother. Do you remember what Mother looks like? I still remember. Odor said so, and then prayed to the Emperor in his heart. I hope that the old man will forgive his lying behavior. He didn't want to make his son sad, so he had to lie. There was no way. He really couldn't remember what his wife looked like. Poor Lisa passed away early. She starved to death. When she died, she was as light as a bundle of firewood. Does my work look like it? Little Tree held up the clay sculpture and brought it to Odor so that he could see it clearly. His expectant eyes made Odor's heart ache. He didn't quite understand this feeling, but he was still sad about it. But he still laughed. He forced himself to laugh. Very much like, Xioshu. For a while, the father and son did not speak. Odor continued to smoke his dry pipe in silence. He did not know that this thing had to be lit, so he just puffed on the pipe. Xioshu fiddled with the clay sculpture in his hand. There was something he did not tell his father. He actually did not remember his mother's face. The reason he asked his father was just to make sure that he did not do anything wrong. He did not want to do anything wrong. Otherwise this would not be his mother. After a while of silence, Odor heard a different sound in the rain. A whistling sound. His father suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyesight was not damaged by years of hard work, so he clearly saw the black shadow passing across the sky. Its sharp sound made Odor instinctively feel that something was wrong, and what happened next confirmed his thoughts. Another black shadow rushed out from the rain or somewhere else, as fast as breathing. In the blink of an eye, it approached the black shadow from before. The next moment, the flames of the explosion spread in the sky, and the rain could not extinguish it. Then there was thick smoke, and then a black shadow fell straight to the ground, not far from them. The pipe fell to the ground, and Odor lowered his head and said to his son, "Go into the house, but go into the house, Xioshu, and take out my gas mask and shovel for me." Xioshu did as he was told, and ran out again, holding an old gas mask in his arms and a shovel that he had difficulty holding. "What are you going to do, father?" He looked at Odor, who was wearing a gas mask, anxiously. "Don't worry about it, Xioshu, just go into the house." Odor's voice became a little unclear through the gas mask. He didn't say more, but waited for his son to come in and lean against the window, and shouted to him, "Turn off the lights, and prop the door with wood. Unless I call you outside, no one should open the door for them." The little tree hummed in the house. Odor knocked on the window and wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed. He quickly set off. The black shadow was an airplane. There was no doubt about it. When he was a militiaman, he had seen these big things from a distance. At that time, he envied those who could get on them. Later, he learned that most of the people who went up died. This farmer who could barely read a few words also knew one thing, that there were different types of airplanes. When the falling black shadow was still in the sky, its shape was very similar to the one in the legend. That thing is called a Thunderhawk transport plane, a special plane for the Emperor's angels. If something shoots this kind of plane down, Odor thought, I'm afraid there will be only one thing that will happen next. War. He walked towards the mountain, and walked very fast. He reached the top of the mountain in just 1 hour. Looking down, he saw a big deep pit where the valley used to be. A large piece of exploded metal flashed silver at the bottom of the deep pit, and sparks and some circuits scattered out. The main body of the plane could still be barely identified. Odor began to believe his previous guess more and more. He swallowed his saliva and walked down carefully with a shovel. It took another half an hour to reach the side of the deep pit. Looking up, Odor looked at the sky. At this time, the black shadow had disappeared. Odor didn't know when it would appear again, but he had to speed up. Yes, he had to. With a little luck, he reached the bottom of the deep pit with a bruised face. Waving the shovel, he was not the kind of ignorant fool who only wanted to take away some parts to sell for money. What he was going to do had nothing to do with this. Digging up the thick mud covering the rear of the cabin, a black hole appeared in front of him. Odor crawled in and was covered in mud. He didn't care, just kept going. It was dark inside, so he could only grope his way forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, his foot kicked over something hard, like metal. Without making any sound, Odor squatted down and rubbed his calf. He continued to grope in the dark. The shape of the object seemed to be a gun, but it was very big. He picked it up with difficulty, and ran his fingers over the receiver. He recognized an extremely familiar logo, the logo of the Imperial double-headed eagle. Odor breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help muttering to himself, "The Emperor bless you." Yes, the Emperor bless you. Another voice sounded in the darkness, with humor and self-mockery. Come closer, civilian. Oder didn't go over immediately, but tremblingly raised the gun and shouted loudly in the direction of the darkness, "Say for the Emperor." The person who spoke was silent for a while. "Ha ha 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 ha," he laughed, and then coughed. "Cough, cough, cough. Don't be afraid, I'm not them." He bids the word them very lightly, but Oder still found that hatred. This made him relax a little, but not completely. The person who spoke obviously knew this, and he whispered, "For the Emperor." Oder was shocked. The tone of the man's voice when he said this made him tremble, the firmness and incomparable naturalness, as if it had been engraved in his bones. He couldn't help but take a step forward, and at this moment, something touched his calf. "Ah, you should have touched my right leg," the voice said. Come closer, I need your help." "What do you need me for, my lord?" "A small thing, civilian," the voice said gently. "Step forward." "Yes." "Stop here, then turn right, walk forward about 15 steps, raise your hand, tiptoe, jump. You should touch a switch, press it." It took Oder 5 minutes to do this, and then the dark cabin suddenly lit up. The pale yellow light flickered, flickering. The cabin was badly damaged, with exposed wires everywhere and metal plates scattered all over the floor. The person who was talking to him was a giant. He was leaning against the wall, without a helmet, revealing a dark face and a gleam in his eyes. Sensing Oder's gaze, he smiled kindly. "Hello, civilian. It's really shameful to talk to you in this situation. Well, you can take off your gas mask. The air in the cabin is non-toxic." Oder took off his mask, and his face made the giant frown. "How old are you, civilian?" I don't know, sir." Oder stood there in a daze and at a loss, not knowing how to greet him. "Emperor, a living angel is in front of him, although his skin color is a little strange. The double-headed eagle on his chest is real. And why is he so kind?" The giant sighed, then shrugged his shoulders and laughed at himself. "I am always like this. I am still wondering why you are not full at this time. What else can it be?" He didn't say more, just raised his right hand and motioned Oder to get closer to him. "I can't stand up now," he said. "There's something wrong with the power armor's servo. It's repairing itself, but it's probably useless. The transmission below my waist is probably completely broken, so I can't move. I need your help, civilian." "What's your name?" "Oder, sir." "Okay, Oder. My name is Leonis," the giant said patiently. "Can you give me the grenade launcher in your hand?" Of course, sir." Leonis reached out and took the gun. First looked at the gun body, then took out the magazine and loaded it again. The gun made a pleasant collision sound. After doing all this, he pointed it at the side of his right waist and said to Oder, "Turn your head and cover your ears." Oder did as he was told, but his eardrums were still hurt by the huge sound. Leonis was used to this. He didn't shoot directly at his waist. The bullet accurately tore the side of his power armor at his waist and then hit the bottom of the cabin. Putting down the gun, he used both hands to forcefully widen the gap, and he did not stop until the metal plate on the surface was completely removed. Then, he pulled out a knife from his waist, inserted it into the iron-gray metal tubes and twisted it a few times. After that, Oder could not understand. Because Lernis stood up, the giant stretched his body and still stood upright inside the twisted and deformed cabin. He breathed a sigh of relief, patted his waist, and said with some complaints, "Alas, I will be scolded by the technical sergeants afterwards, but it's worth it." He lowered his head and asked friendly, "Oder, where are you from?" Oder pointed to the tail of the cabin absent-mindedly. Lernis was amused. "Of course I know where you came from. I was asking you, where are you from?" "Ah, forget it. Let me put it another way. Do you live in the city or in the wilderness?" I live outside the city, but not in the wilderness, sir." "Then the village." Lernis nodded. "Okay, I need you to take me to where you came from." "Okay, that's no problem, sir. But when I was in the sky before, I saw an airplane." "Your observation is very sharp. Have you been a militiaman before?" "Yes, sir." The giant's praise made Oder blush, and his chest straightened unconsciously. "I retired 7 years ago." Yes. Lernis's expression became serious for the first time. "You are not mistaken. There is still a plane?" but it is an enemy plane. I have to go to your city and find the governor or the head of the army here, and ask them to help me contact my regiment. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Conservative estimates are that there will be a war that affects the entire planet. Oder had already prepared for the war, but he was still shocked. The word war that Lerns said was like thunder in his ears, almost making him tremble. At this time, he realized what he had done, and then realized another problem. "My lord, where are your companions?" Lerns pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to smile. "They are comrades in arms, or brothers. But what you said is not wrong. Don't worry, I'm just a little sentimental." The dark giant lowered his head. "There is no one else. They are all dead, before you came. I have seen it many times through the life monitor built into my helmet eyepiece, so now I'm the only one." He smiled slightly. "I am lucky, Oder. Come on, let's go." He bent down, picked up the gun and hung it around his waist, then the helmet. He held it in his arms. Then, he walked briskly and gently, pushing Oder away from the crashed Thunderhawk transport plane. Oder walked in front, so he couldn't see the sad look in Lerns' eyes, so he didn't know how sad the giant was at that moment. "I will continue to update 10,000 chapters tomorrow. By the way, do you like to read such a big chapter, or to post 2K chapters in a scattered manner?" Chapter 720, Reign of Salamanders. When they left the valley, it was almost dark and the rain had stopped. In Otter's impression, the planet under their feet was called Mokahulita, a very strange name with difficult syllables. Not only that, the most knowledgeable scholars on Mokahulita could not find out what this name meant from ancient books. However, Otter did know one thing: the night sky of Mokahulita was very beautiful, especially when it was almost evening. His limited language could not describe this scene. Lerns could, but he never wrote poetry. The two walked in silence on the mountain, a giant and a mortal, a demigod and a commoner. Their identities were not equal, and their powers were even more disparate, but the giant never showed any arrogance or contempt for Otter. These two things did not exist in him, and his eyes were peaceful. Although sad, he was definitely rational. "My lord, it is estimated that we will reach my home in half an hour." Otter panted and raised his hand clumsily to gesture. The gas mask hung around his neck, and his clothes were tightly attached to his back, which was completely wet with sweat. His body did not allow him to go on such a hike, especially without rest. "That's good news." Lerns nodded slightly. In the darkness, Oder could not see his face clearly, but only two flickering lights. But his voice was so reassuring, and his presence was even more so, like a warm rock emitting a slight heat, always giving people a calming power. "Then, keep going. I'm really rude and can't bring some gifts to your family." He joked in a friendly way, but Oder did not laugh. First, he didn't know what the giant just said gift meant, and second, the word family made him feel painful. Oder knew what family meant, but he only had one family left. His son was waiting for him to return home alone at home, and thinking of this, his steps were inevitably much faster. His tired body suddenly regained strength. Lerns noticed this. "What's wrong?" he asked, with a little worry in his voice. No, nothing, sir. It's just my son." "What happened to your son?" "He's still waiting for me at home." "I see." Lerns nodded slightly, and then, there was no conversation along the way. The retired militia led the way, and a lone Astarte followed behind him. The two walked out of the darkness one after the other and came to the small village. It's just in front, the second house, sir, the one without lights on, my home." Oder was almost out of breath, and he relied on his shovel as a crutch to avoid falling down. An iron hand gently pressed against his back, and Lerns said in a calm voice, "He is waiting for you, Oder. Go." "Does your village have a village chief?" "Yes, sir." Oder swallowed his saliva and replied, "The biggest one is the village chief's home." "Okay." He walked towards the biggest house vigorously, and Lerns's expression at this time was no longer gentle. Unlike villagers like Oder, he was an Astartes. In his long life, he could learn a lot, so he knew what the village chief's house was made of. Among the shabby houses made of wood and thatch, this house made of fine stone was so conspicuous. It was 3 stories high, with fine glass windows and even a porch. Where did the village chief get so much money to build such a house? The answer was obvious. This was an agricultural planet, and the other residents of this village were obviously poor. Lernus calmed himself down. He told himself that you had an important mission on this trip, and this mission was not to redress the grievances of these civilians. His top priority was to find the governor or an official with communication equipment. He had to notify the warband, otherwise, it would be too late. Walking out of the darkness, the giant in green armor with gold rims walked step by step to the porch. His footsteps were so heavy that it was almost mistaken for an earthquake. The people in the house obviously thought so too, and several screams of fear came from inside. Then, a skinny old man pushed open the door and ran out, wearing a brown robe and a fine silver ornament around his neck. He was stunned when he saw Linus for the first time. For about a second, he and Linus looked at each other. Then, he knelt down. He knelt on the ground, trembling deeply, unable to say a word. Sobbing words jumped out of his throat. Superman phobia. Linus ignored this old man who fell into great fear just because of seeing him, and his eyes were on a young man in the room. The young man's face was quite similar to the old man, but he was much stronger. He was between 1.85 and 1.91 meters tall, wearing a short-sleeved cloth shirt, and his exposed arms were very strong. He was also staring at the sudden appearance of Lernus in amazement. After a while, he blushed and stammered, "Hey, Angel." The angel appeared. Ignoring the young man who was in excitement and confusion, Lernus lowered his head and looked at the kneeling old man. He said calmly but unquestionably, "Stand up." The old man did as he was told. "What is your name?" "Civilian." "Whoa, Waskin, sir." "Waskin Charles." He forced a smile on his wrinkled face, and his words were quickly becoming fluent. "You must be the angel of the emperor? This is really an honor. Are you the village chief here?" "Yes, sir, I am the local." "Don't say anything irrelevant to the question, you just need to answer me, yes or no." "Yes, yes, sir, I am." "Very good." Lernus nodded and adjusted his posture to make himself more threatening. He usually didn't talk to civilians in this way, but this old man was an exception. His strategy worked. The smile on Waskin's face froze, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The threat was like a thorn in his back, making his legs tremble, and he could hardly stand. At this time, the young man came out. He smiled foolishly, as if he had no idea what was going on here. He supported his father and patted his shoulder without any respect. "Dad, you are too timid. This is an angel." "Why are you afraid of him? Why would an angel hurt us?" Lernus glanced at him and smiled. His father looked back at his stupid son in annoyance, and at this time he regretted why he didn't teach him more of the wisdom of the Charles family. He was very strong, but too stupid or too simple. Waskin had already started thinking, if the angel knew what he had done, what would he do to him? Lernus' voice sounded again at this time, interrupting his thoughts. "Waskin Charles, I am recruiting you as the adjutant of the 2nd Company of the Salamanders. My name is Leonis Morenia. I need you to provide me with assistance and meet the governor or military chief of this planet. Are you willing to accept the call? Can you choose to accept or not?" Waskin almost said he would not accept it. It was really just a little bit short, but he was not a fool. Even if he was a fool, he had become a fox after staying in this position for so long. The old man nodded hurriedly. "Accept." "I accept, sir. I am willing to help you." "Very good." Leonis slowed down his speech and nodded slightly. "Then lead the way." Lead the way." The giant waved his hand without question. "Didn't you accept the call? Now is the time to carry out the mission. Come on, lead the way." "But now is." Waskin stopped talking and sighed. "I am such a stupid man, Lord Angel. Please forgive my stupidity. Can you please give me some more time? I need to bring some food, and the journey is a bit long." "Of course." The old man turned around and pulled his stupid son into the house. Lernus's hearing allowed him to hear what Waskin said to his son, all of which were exhortations, such as being careful when watching the house. But his son was unwilling to do so and insisted on going on the road with him. The words of the sturdy young man were full of admiration and trust for Astardi, but Lernus shook his head silently. "Finally done, guest," the tree man shouted in a cheerful tone. The divinity has been removed. You have returned to being a human again. Ah, I really want to sing a song to express my excitement. Aren't you happy about this? I'm very happy. Go and get your reward. Goodbye. Goodbye. Guest. Oh, by the way, if you still need anything, just contact me on the forum of the Parliament's intranet. I am online 24 hours a day. Shenyan nodded expressionlessly and shook his head. He couldn't hear the prayers anymore. Bending down, he picked up the puppet, and it felt warm in his hands. Its shape was slowly changing, from a puppet to a golden ball of light, and it was even beating slowly, as if it had its own life. He looked at it carefully for a while, and thoughtfully threw it into the pocket dimension, and then left this illusory place built by the power of the tree man and returned to the real universe. The bizarre scene slipped away from his eyes one by one, and a silver hall appeared in front of him. The emperor, who appeared in the image of a barbarian, sat behind a desk and flipped through a paper book. He said without raising his head, "How do you feel?" "Not very good." The mage's words were sincere. The process of removing the divinity was as painful as smashing the bones with a hammer and then sucking out the marrow with a straw. It's not that he had never been tortured before, but this was the first time he was willing to be tortured. Putting down the book, the emperor moved his shoulders. Logically, his body didn't need this movement at all, but he did it anyway. And not only that, there were even a few light clicks from his right shoulder. Shenyan raised his eyebrows. "You are in a good mood." "What do you mean?" "It's fine to move your shoulders, but you also use psychic power to simulate the sound of joint collision?" The emperor smiled and couldn't help laughing. "No one stipulates that I can't do this, right?" "What about the divinity?" "In my pocket dimension, it's still alive." The mage emphasized the word alive. "You should understand what I mean." The emperor nodded. Of course he understood what this meant. The divinity itself is still growing, and sooner or later, this ball of divinity will become a real god. A human god with countless faces, a mentally ill person with terrifying power, with countless different personalities. This is not a good thing. After thinking for a while, he said, "But we can't kill it directly, right? Otherwise, the backlash of the divinity will cause serious injuries to those who believe in the emperor, and may even break their souls." The barbarian rubbed his eyebrows, took off the laurel crown on his forehead, threw it on the table, and sighed helplessly. "I guess you should have another way, otherwise, you wouldn't mention this to me." "Yes, there is, but it is quite difficult to do." Shenyan snapped his fingers, and the blue light filled the silver hall, and the empty hall suddenly darkened. The barbarian put his fingers together, expectantly preparing to see his next move. The wizard did not let him down. The map of the Milky Way appeared in front of him. This was a real-time star map that was more detailed than any map in the current empire. Made of blue light, the wizard raised his hand, pointed at the Eye of Terror and said, "How are the preparations for the expedition going?" "Just waiting for you, the commander-in-chief, to appear." "I'll be the commander-in-chief." "What else?" the barbarian asked back. "Who do you think has the cohesion to unite them?" "Me? I'm destined to be eliminated. Not to mention today when divinity has disappeared. There's no time to lose, so why not start now and let my existence fade from human memory?" "You want to play the silent observer again? Then appear to save everyone when humans need you the most." The barbarian shook his head. "Not just that, there's another reason. I can't leave Terra now." "Wait. About that." At this point, his expression finally became a little gloomy. "The counterattack of those things has become more intense recently. The guardsmen are fighting a tug-of-war with them in the palace. Obviously, those three guys think that we can't be revived so easily, and they plan to cause us some trouble." "TSK." The wizard removed his finger from the Eye of Terror and shook his head. "Time bomb. Well, let's get back to the point. The divinity has been removed, which means that neither you nor I can respond to their prayers. At the same time, they can't get the power from the prayers to protect their souls from the threat of the warp. So, I have a new idea." He smiled, which the barbarian thought was a little malicious. "You see, I always think that warp navigation is like sailing in the deep sea in a submarine. Those things can do whatever they want to the people in the submarine, and the crew can only pray not to be discovered by them. The more devout their faith, the less likely they are to be harmed in warp navigation. because the divinity is passively responding to them by our will, that is, as long as they pray, the divinity can coat the submarine with an anti-detection film. At this point, he shrugged. You know how harmful this method is without me telling you. The barbarian nodded heavily. After he was seriously injured and sat on the golden throne, he had no choice but to use religion to arm the human soul. The original intention was good, but the ending was constantly developing in a bad direction. Even after being saved by the wizard, this condensed divinity did not completely disappear. 10,000 years, countless people's sacrifices, countless people's devout prayers. It has almost become one of the most solid things in the world. So why don't we try another way? The wizard spread his hands. Faith can indeed arm the human soul. That's true, but I have a better way. He grinned, and a blue light shone brightly, and a burning lighthouse appeared in front of the two. Astronaut, the barbarian spoke. You don't mean to? Yes. Shenyan's smile was becoming more and more cheerful. I'm really a fucking genius. Oh, sorry. The barbarian ignored his vulgar words at all. He just stared at the burning illusory astronaut. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and in the end, his eyes were almost burning. He had realized it. The astronaut has been burning in the subspace for so long, guiding all psychics, and even some alien psychics can glimpse its brilliance. Although the subspace is a chaotic and disordered place, it is a collection of the subconscious of all intelligent creatures in the universe. To a certain extent, a large part of the attributes of the astronaut is the subconscious of human beings. Put the divinity representing the god of mankind into it, and rely on the subconscious of human beings to decompose and transform it. The divinity will have a carrier again, but this time the carrier is a collection of subconsciousness, a carrier without its own will. People can still pray and still get protection. However, the divinity will be affected unconsciously, and gradually move closer to the image of the God Emperor that is most recognized in the collective subconscious of mankind. The Empire only needs to give a gentle push from behind, rely on the power of science and progress to rearm people's souls, and then, under the light of truth, sooner or later, this divinity will completely disappear. In other words, the Empire no longer needs to worry about the birth of a god. The harm of divinity has been completely erased, and only the beneficial part remains. You are right, he said heavily after a long time. A smile also appeared on his face. You are a fucking genius. Hey, pay attention to your image, Emperor. Fuck his image. Compared with the future of mankind, what is this? The Lord of Mankind stood up suddenly. Let's go. Let's get this done now. Oh, don't worry. The mage was leisurely at this time. With a smile that looked like he deserved a beating, he made himself a cup of tea and drank it slowly. At least let me have a sip of tea. There are also chapters of 5K. Chapter 721, Reign of Salamanders. Watkins Charles and his son set out on the journey overnight. There was no way. The angel insisted on doing so. He naturally did not dare to disobey the orders of the demigods. Perhaps some people dared, but he was definitely not one of them. And his son. Let's put it this way, if the angel said to go east, even if there was a sea of fire there, his stupid son would jump down immediately. There would be absolutely no hesitation. Thinking of this, Watkins began to lament in his heart. Again, my son, I really should teach you some family wisdom, instead of letting you hang out with those retired veterans in the city when you were a child. What did they teach you to be like? A simple and naive person cannot survive in the world. On the other hand, his son was far less sad than his father. The young man kept pestering Lena's and asking questions, and Lena's answered them one by one, with amazing patience. He had to admit that this father and son were simply two extremes. The father was corrupt and treacherous. The son was simple and innocent, had a sense of justice and conscience, and was physically strong. It was obvious that he was a good candidate for the reserve. But how did his father give birth to such a strong young man? Lernus looked at the old man who was only 1.65 meters tall, and the young man's voice rang in his ears again. Angel, are you really from among the stars? What is the scenery there like? He held a torch, looking forward to it, his eyes sparkling. Walking in the wilderness unarmed, but not afraid at all. We are indeed from among the stars, and the scenery there is hard to describe. I am not a poet or a writer, and I can't describe the vastness to you," the fire lizard answered in a low voice, "but we don't live in a vacuum. We also have our own home. Just like you, when there is no war that needs us, we will live and work like you." As he said, a smile appeared on his face. "You call me an angel, but, child, you and I are essentially no different. We are all human beings." The young man looked at him with reverence. There is no doubt that Lernus's words made him respect him more. Questions always come one after another, and soon, he spoke again. "But, you are much taller than me." "That's because I received rigorous training, and some other things," Lernus responded gently. "This kind of secret should not be told to a civilian, but he has the potential to become a reserve." So Lernus was a little relieved. "Training? I like training, sir, but what are the other things?" "Something hard to describe." When he said this, the image of Nocturne appeared in front of Lernus. Scorching air, deadly radiation, a huge living volcano. The environment is extremely dangerous, but it is their home. The number of salamanders is so small that they can't even be split out to establish a descendant war group during the second military establishment. Because of this, every brother is precious. Of course, there are more than just these. There are some special qualities. He came back to his senses and stopped. Superhuman perception made him turn to the other side without changing his expression. With a slam, the battle dagger was unsheathed, and at the same time, he continued to tell the story. "For example, courage," the giant said in a deep voice, and took a step forward and thrust out the dagger in his hand. A dangerous beast the size of a calf, almost blending into the night, was pierced through the head, and its forward momentum was interrupted. Its sharp claws kept scratching in the air. Its vitality was so tenacious that it did not die immediately. But Lernus did not want to let it go. He twisted the dagger and gouged a twisted hole in its skull, then pulled out the dagger. The thing fell softly to the ground, and at this time, the young man and his father came to their senses. The two looked at the twitching beast on the ground in shock. Watkins shouted loudly, "Emperor, Night Devil, Lord Angel, this is a Night Devil." "Night Devil? Is it a dangerous creature in your area?" Watkins understood what he meant after a while. He nodded repeatedly, holding the wooden staff in his hand, and was extremely nervous. Yes, sir. They live underground and only come out at night. They will enter the village to steal children and livestock to eat." "It's really an appropriate adjective." Linus nodded. He didn't know what the official name of this thing was, but he never made a wrong nickname. The term Night Devil is indeed very suitable for them. The fact that this thing is almost undetectable at night is really no different from a demon to the villagers. But Watkins calmed down at this time and finally realized that something was wrong. "This is summer. These things only come out in winter?" Hearing this, Linus looked up at the sky. The deep night covered everything. There were no stars or moon. The heavy dark clouds seemed to be a kind of impending doom. Animals, on the other hand, were very perceptive. They could often sense the coming of danger before humans. He narrowed his eyes and said nothing, but asked Watkins to speed up. They had to reach the city before dawn. "Captain, we have completely lost contact with Adjutant Leonis and the Thunderhawk gunboat." Tushan, the captain of the Salamanders, actually a small legion, was listening to the report from his subordinate brothers at this time. His expression was as gloomy as ever. He was angry about the news, but that expression was acquired. His face was full of crisscrossing terrible scars, which were a parting gift left to him by a nocturne salamander that was more than 300 years old. These scars damaged his facial nerves and made the captain, who had not been in office for long, lose the ability to smile or make any other expressions. "Has the identity of the attacker been found out?" Tushan asked slowly, as if a mountain was making its own voice. One of the traitors, the battle brother who spoke, had an undisguised hatred on his face, his fiery red eyes almost spitting out flames. "There is nothing on their ship that could reveal their identity, but they have been shouting at us." "Hey," Tushan sneered expressionlessly, "what did they say?" "Plus we are all cowards." Plus Birol, the chief think tank of the chapter, spoke to Tushan with psychic power, and at the same time, his figure also appeared at the door of this small lounge. Chief think tank, battle brother, Sergeant Darker of the 3rd Company nodded to him and greeted him. The think tank also nodded in response, and then began his report. I tried my best, but still couldn't get any enlightenment. The dark face of the think tank chief was calm. We are not welcome here. Most places in the galaxy are not welcome to us. Tushan said, what have you gained? Not much. I can only confirm one thing. Lieutenant Leonis is still alive. What about the others? Tushan got a sad look, and Darko was gritting his teeth. After a moment of silence, Pyrio continued, the enemy's ship is at the other end of the track, which is a dangerous distance. It is enough to ensure that if we make any move, they can react immediately. Tushan snorted, closed his eyes and nodded. Any suggestions? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. There must be something on that agricultural world, otherwise they wouldn't be so nervous. And Lieutenant Leonis is on it. He will definitely find a way to contact us. We just have to wait. The words of the think tank director revealed his absolute trust in Leonis, which was justified. Leonis was one of the few people who participated in the Second Armageddon War with Tushan and was able to come back alive. The war band leader opened his eyes, his expression calm to the point of numbness. The only expression he could make now was grinning. He said, that's a good suggestion, Pyrio, but we can't let Leonis fight alone. He waved his hand decisively. Use psychic teleportation, Pyrio. As for the candidate, don't look at me like that, Dackle. I know you want to go. Well, then this task is handed over to you. Your task is to find Leonis and provide him with support. Accept it? Accept. Dackle almost roared out this sentence. May the Lord of Fire Dragon bless you. Tushan closed his eyes. Go. The chief think tank's psychic teleportation distance is not long, and it can only teleport one person. But it is still a rare ability. But Dackle just wants to vomit now. His internal organs seemed to be mixed into a ball, and his forehead was sticky, probably bleeding. After a few seconds, his physiological characteristics sealed the wound and coagulated the blood. At the same time, the slightly painful right hand bone also recovered. What appeared before him was a forest, thick with fog. The morning wind blew through his helmet, and the eyepiece began to display readings. The air here was non-toxic. Not only that, but also very fresh. The environment was good. Darker's mood was finally relieved by this scenery, but it was still not much better. He was wearing a fine power armor, a plasma pistol on his waist, and a heavy and rough two-handed warhammer in his hand. He originally wanted to climb directly to a high place to find a nearby human city. The remote sensing mapping data has not yet been sent to his power armor, and it will probably take 3 days to wait for the data to be sent. He had to find a way by himself, but in just half a minute, a huge roar sounded behind him. Darker turned around suddenly, and the warhammer was horizontal. A sharp claw collided with the handle of the warhammer, making a sound of steel intersecting. The sergeant of the 3rd Company stared, and his hands were numb. This beast is so strong, be careful of fighting. He quickly retreated and recovered his posture at the same time, with the warhammer in a posture ready to swing down at any time. The beast opposite him actually stood up and took a threatening stance. It had thick black fur, a long and pointed head, and was extremely ugly. Its 2 claws were disproportionately long and hung on the ground. After seeing its appearance clearly, Darkeye almost cursed. Is this an agricultural world? How can there be such a thing in an agricultural world? Vulcan, he shouted, and the breathing grid changed his tone, making the voice extremely intimidating. The beast mistakenly thought it was a prelude to an attack, and it also roared, and the mountains and forests trembled and the trees shook. But in just a blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Darkeye. So fast! The sergeant immediately used his experience to turn the warhammer sideways, but it had little effect. The beast's claws were incredibly sharp, leaving 4 deep claw marks on his abdominal armor. Darkeye's expression was extremely gloomy at that moment. This set of finely crafted power armor is the masterpiece of the chapter master. It was a prize he won in a salamander hunting competition. He immediately retreated, dropped his warhammer, and pulled out the plasma from his waist. It emitted a dangerous hum, and the power coils lit up one by one, while the beast was still running towards him. With a slight sound, half of its head disappeared, and it fell to the ground, no longer moving. Darker stared at the corpse of the thing in indignation, and then looked down at the huge claw marks on his abdomen. The expression under the helmet was extremely distressed, but his tactical skills were still there. After a brief distraction, he approached the beast and observed it carefully. The fur was extremely thick, the muscles were terrifyingly developed, and it could move at high speed. The most important thing was the exaggeratedly long claws. This was not in line with biology, unless it was an animal that relied on its arms to make a living in the trees. But its hind legs were also well developed and it had a pointed head. What was going on? The more Darker looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong, and a certain terrible guess gradually took shape in his mind. He pulled out the saber from his waist and used the serrated side to slowly cut through its fur. The things inside made the sergeant's hands tremble violently. Under the fur was a piece of steel. With a gloomy face, he activated the recording function of the eyepiece. Then he picked up his warhammer and swung it down fiercely. Dang! The first time, there was no result. Dang! The second time, the steel began to show tiny cracks. Dang! The third time, it let out a whine of being overwhelmed. Dang! 4 times, a full 4 times. Darker finally hammered a hole in the entire steel plate on the chest of this thing with his warhammer. He shook his head in disbelief. What kind of strength is this? Is this thing a Terminator in animal skin? Under the hole, there are still beating muscles, tightly attached to the steel, which is quite terrifying. The sergeant stared at the scene for a long time before looking away. He took out the saber again and tried to poke its muscle tissue from the hole. It was incredibly tough. Next came the claws, the internal organs and the damaged head. Every time he checked a part, his expression became more gloomy. When he took out some obvious mechanical structures from the monster's head, the sergeant's expression became extremely gloomy. Someone was carrying out biological transformation, and it was the most terrifying kind. This monster was probably a genetic hybrid monster, and it grew into its current appearance through acquired cultivation. He would never believe that such a creature existed in an agricultural world. The sergeant had fought many aliens, the Dark Eldar, the Orcs, and the Tyranids, and the thing in front of him could fight any of them. Who made this? The sergeant did not speak, but just silently saved the video. But he already had a guess in his mind, a very scary guess. On the track, inside the ship without an identity mark, a man in a black robe with strange protrusions on his back was standing in front of several huge petri dishes, looking at them carefully. From the way he held his chin, it was not difficult to see that this person was thinking. Yes, he was thinking. He was thinking darkly without any bottom line or humanity. His thoughts came from the most depraved and deepest place, but he had no idea of it, because he was more depraved than that place. Or rather, this person had never fallen at all. He had been standing deeper than that from the beginning. Fabius Bile, this was his name. A well-known name in the galaxy. Well-known here means that everyone wants to kill him, except for some idiots who rely on him for a living. He pondered, making a groaning sound, and his fingers danced on his chin. No, I can't use the genes of the Eldar, otherwise their minds will be too difficult to control. He muttered to himself, how can I continue? Oh, what a painful experiment. Well, he left the petri dish, left this room, walked through the long, black bridge, and came to another room. There were signs of corruption everywhere here, twisted skulls and evil formations covering the 4 walls, plus the thing sitting in the center of the room meditating. There is no doubt that the people in this room must not believe in the Emperor. In fact, it was not even a person. The thing with a slender body asked a question. Bear? Its voice sounded like 2 pieces of flint rubbing against each other, with sparks flying between them. It's me. The time has not come yet, the creature said intermittently. Are you ready for my body? Not yet, so I need your help to prepare your body faster. This is different from what is said in the transaction. The transaction will change. I am the leader. You have to help me, otherwise you will have no body to use. Bayer narrated without emotion. His expression was cold but persistent. Please, I have to finish this as soon as possible. I still have a lot of experiments to do. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 The Passion of Fabius. Planetary governors are usually extremely extravagant and arrogant, and most of them are local tyrants on the planets they govern. The last thing they want to hear is the arrival of the Inquisitor or the Imperial conscripts on their planets. However, Trinor, the planetary governor of Mokahulita, is not one of them. From the outside, he is a dark and thin middle-aged man with a goatee, a serious expression, and a serious expression. Since he inherited his father's position, he has spent 43 years in this position of planetary governor. He is 67 years old this year, but he still looks as young as he was at 40. Needless to say, this is the credit of the life extension surgery. It is not difficult for planetary governors to slow down aging or even extend their lifespan. But his purpose of performing the life extension surgery is very simple, not for his own enjoyment, but to make Mokahulita better. Here, he is highly respected, and the reason for respect is not his identity, but because of his noble character. At this time, the governor is sitting in his office piled with documents to handle government affairs. Unlike most planetary governors, he would handle most local affairs himself rather than hand them over to government officials. Trino did not trust many local officials. In his opinion, they were all corrupt. If he got a chance, even if there was only a small piece of evidence that they were corrupt, Trino would not let any of them go. He knew long ago that not everyone was as devoted to the empire as he was, but he still did not expect them to be so unscrupulous. Since 20 years ago, corruption in Mokahulita has become more and more serious, and he himself did not understand why it has become like this. Trino frowned tightly, and the quill in his hand tapped hesitantly on the blank paper beside him. The paper was already covered with black dots. The reason for this attitude was a report from the local garrison of the Astra Militarum. Mokahulita had no defense force in orbit, but they still had 2 starports on the ground that could be used to receive spacecraft. It was not difficult for them to observe things in orbit. This was why Trino was frowning. 2 ships were stuck in orbit. Coupled with the explosions and fire in the space yesterday afternoon, he instinctively sensed the approach of danger. There was no time to lose. He no longer hesitated and reached out to press the communicator button on the table. After a noisy sound, the operator's voice sounded from its external loudspeaker. "Governor, what can I do for you? Please connect me to the commander of the 983rd Regiment of the Astra Militarum, His Excellency Akanos." "Okay, please wait." To this day, this backward communication technology is only used on agricultural planets such as Mokahulita. There was another noisy sound, which lasted for about 5 minutes, and a slightly distorted and intermittent voice sounded in the loudspeaker. "It's me, Akanos. Governor, what can I do for you?" "It's like this." I think Trino's words were stuck. He stared at the shaking solid wood desk, listened to the shouting from outside the office, and suddenly fell silent. His hand had already opened the second drawer on the right and pulled out a precious bolt pistol. The implant in his arm allowed him to use this powerful weapon. "Your Excellency the Governor? Your Excellency the Governor, are you still here?" "Yes, I am, Captain Akanos. Please send troops to the Governor's palace as soon as possible." After saying this, he hung up the phone and stood up immediately. The vibration of the table was getting stronger and stronger, and he could even feel the slight vibration through the floor. Trino came to the window, pulled the heavy curtain shut, and then stood in the most hidden corner of the room, raising his bolt gun to his door. 2 seconds later, the door of the office was pushed open. But the person who walked in was not the rebel or terrible demon he imagined, but a giant from between the stars. Green armor with gold edges on the shoulder armor. The Imperial double-headed eagle logo flashed on his chest. He was not wearing a helmet, revealing his dark face and red eyes. At this moment, he was staring at Trino, who was holding a gun. The darkness was nothing to him. "Trino," the giant said in a low and solemn voice. "The salamanders, the 2nd Company Lieutenant, Leonis Malnya is here. I have something important to discuss with you." "Please put down the bolter, you will hurt yourself." Although Fabius Bile was an incurable madman and did not care about the boundaries and taboos of science at all, Even the demons thought that this person was very unusual. However, he at least had one advantage: he loved cleanliness. It was almost to the point of paranoia. There were a large number of servitors on the ship he had robbed. Phoebus set them to be completely cleaned every 7 hours, with the highest standards, and even the corridors must be spotless. To this extent, loving cleanliness can actually explain to a certain extent why Phoebus rarely communicated and cooperated with the followers of Nergal. At this time, he was rushing to the bridge of the astropath with a slender and strange body, and he did not forget to explain it on the way. What I want you to do is actually very simple. You just need to use psychic power to explore the ship parked opposite us and the situation of this agricultural planet. You say it is simple, the thing answered him with a strange grumble in its throat. But doing it is another matter. It's like this for everything. It's always harder to say than to do. Otherwise, why do you think I stay away from my former brothers? Humphrey: I like the Vesalius very much. Bayer lied. He didn't like the Vesalius very much, but he liked it very much. The Vesalius was a broadsword-class frigate that he had robbed and renamed. Due to the large amount of modification he had received from the alien technology and other heretical technologies, the machine soul of the Vesalius had developed a self-awareness that was close to abominable intelligence to a certain extent. This was quite unbearable for the rebellious sons of the Emperor. It was the first time that someone could do this, and even his companions thought that Phoebus was really a psychopath. Not only that, the crew members on the Vesalius were all mutants whose genetic material and evolutionary direction had been deeply modified by him. They regarded Phoebus as a god, worshipped him, and were loyal to him. This also made the sons of the Emperor who were not taking drugs feel that he was too degenerate. However, what really made Phoebus and his degenerate brothers part ways was actually another thing. To be precise, 2 other things. First, the center of the Vesalius was replaced by Wraithbone by Bayer at some point, which had replaced the original metal and became the supporting backbone of the Vesalius. This thing was originally a material widely used by the Eldar, with psychic plasticity. In essence, it was actually a massive condensed subspace energy, but it was harder than any known plastic steel. Not only that, they could even repair themselves. This incident almost made the sons of the Emperor who rejected aliens draw their swords. The second was a rumor that was not sure whether it was true or not. The Phoenix was resurrected. Bayer scoffed at this rumor, knowing that he had killed all the princes he had cloned Fulgrim, and that Drazin, the person he was trading with, would never let go of his collection. However, there was no way. The situation was stronger than the person. If a group of princes asked you to leave their ship, even Phoebus would have to accept it with a pinch of his nose. Although he had indeed cloned himself many times, and there were copies of him all over the galaxy, the leader of the princes, Commander Idon, was not a pushover. Rather than completely tearing his face apart, it was better to leave on his own. At least it would retain the possibility of future transactions. Bayer could give up many things in continuing his path of scientific truth-seeking. One could not help but wonder, what else could he give up? 10 minutes later, they arrived at the bridge of the astropath. Some of the psychers he had transformed were acting as navigators here day and night. Their brains were exposed, and the air was filled with dangerous psyker signals. Only someone like Bayer would use such extreme methods to treat a whole group of psychics. He turned aside with a calm expression, letting the slender thing in, and closed the door behind it. A servitor rolled over, making an unpleasant sound at the connecting bearings. Bayer took a look at the thing, frowned, and reached out to crush its already useless brain. If you keep killing people like this, there will be no servitors left on the ship soon. It's really a torture to listen to you talk, Bayer thought, but his expression remained calm. It's a small matter. Just go to Comoros to buy some materials and continue the transformation. Hurry up, I don't have much time to waste here. The thing walked to the center of the psychics, its eyeballs spit out, and its terrifying eyes swept over the exposed brains of the psychics, and it actually let out a sigh of pity. Plus you're a monster, Phoebus Bayer. Plus it said with psychic power. Plus same here, at least I still look human. And you have completely turned into a monster. Plus Bayer replied in his heart. The slender monster let out a sharp laugh. which made people wonder what kind of structure its vocal cords were that could make such a sound. Then, its back began to wriggle, and the muscles that were wriggling all the time suddenly separated. Several flesh-colored tentacles stretched out from its back. Bayer's face remained calm, and he even wanted to record this scene for future research. The tentacles kept stretching out, so many that it almost made people wonder if the body of this thing was a complete nest of tentacles. They gently attached to the exposed brains of the psychics, and the light blue psychic light overflowed. The slender monster let out a scream-like cry, and the air became heavy. The dangerous psychic energy leaped in the air, making this weightless thing weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Bayer took off his robe, and his back bulged. Several mechanical tentacles stretched out from the gaps in the armor, fixing him to the ground and supporting him. His body might be able to stand up with the help of the machine, but his internal organs had begun to ache. Bayer raised his hand, touched the sticky blood flowing from his eye sockets, and frowned. Could psychic detection cause such great pressure? This was not the same as what the data he had recorded showed. Without hesitation, a mechanical tentacle with a sharp needle stretched out from his back again, and the stimulant was beating in the orange-yellow tube. It pierced Bayer's carotid artery fiercely, and after the liquid was injected, he finally calmed down. This special stimulant from the Dark Eldar is generally used to torture prisoners. In addition to mental excitement and addiction, it can also temporarily strengthen the body. At this moment, Bayer found that the lights above his head began to flicker and switch. The white light turned into pure scarlet between the flickers, and the screams of that thing began to become more and more piercing, and Bayer's eardrums were aching. After reaching a certain limit, he could not hear anything. In the severe pain, Fabius Bayer sighed expressionlessly. "That's good. I'll have to spend a few minutes repairing the perforated eardrum." As he thought about it, his eyes began to hurt and itched. It was as if 1,000 soft hands were scratching the bottom of his eye sockets. Bayer's face changed drastically. "What's going on?" He immediately pulled out the bolter from his waist and aimed at the slender monster with a blue glow on its body. The bolter accurately hit its head, smashing it into a pool of blood and flesh with bones. But the itching and pain in his eyeballs did not end just like that, and even began to intensify. "What's going on?" Without thinking, he immediately turned around and wanted to escape, but the mechanical tentacles that fixed his body did not retract as he wished. On the contrary, it began to become straighter and straighter, and even began to stretch higher and higher, pushing Bayer's body to the ceiling. He lowered his head and looked down. According to his estimation, the ceiling was only 8 meters from the ground, but the scene in front of him was far more than 8 meters. The ground was so far away that it seemed like hell. He was sent to an altitude of 10,000 meters by an infinitely extended mechanical tentacle that stretched out from the gap in his armor. Bayer's face twitched. What was happening before his eyes was beyond his control. He estimated that he would have to self-destruct once. The memory of this body had not even been uploaded to the public storage point in time. This meant that his other clones could not obtain the achievements and experimental data of this body. But he had no choice. Immediately, he raised his hand and wanted to pull the trigger at his head, but was shocked to find that the grenade launcher in his hand had turned into a wooden stick and was even slowly melting. "Am I in the fucking subspace?" Bayer's face was as ugly as if the Inquisition had discovered that an orc believed in the Emperor. He almost screamed. At this moment, a voice broke into his ears. "Take a day off, and continue with 10,000 updates tomorrow." Chapter 723, Reign of Salamanders. "How do you feel?" It was a calm male voice, with convincing power. Bayer couldn't see his face, but his stomach, which had not been used for a long time, began to twitch instinctively. A long time ago, he heard someone talk to him in this tone. "Who are you?" he asked, with fear that he didn't even notice. Bayer understood his trembling as an instinctive reaction of the body, rather than an emotional conflict that he couldn't control. He didn't want to admit it, and didn't want to let himself bow his head in this battle that was already at a disadvantage. "Someone you probably don't want to see too much," the male voice continued, and the sound echoed around Bayer. "But it doesn't matter. After all, I don't really want to see you too much." "Fabius Bayer, your existence is really interesting." "Interesting?" Bayer's eyes twitched with anger, and he completely lost that kind of ease, and his face wrinkled. At this time, he looked like he had some of the aura of Astartes, rather than a despicable creature with no bottom line even compared to the demons. "Oh, you still retain a certain degree of humanity. This is beyond my expectation. I thought you only cared about your own research." The surrounding scene suddenly distorted, like a ball of paper crumpled by a hand. The ground quickly pulled closer, and in Bayer's vision, he was back again, back to the ship he didn't even name. The bodies of the psychic and the transaction object were still lying on the cold metal ground, and the smelly blood was slowly flowing. He raised his hand tremblingly. The excessive psychic power had caused his internal organs to shift. At least one lung had ruptured. Bayer fell to the ground uncontrollably, every inch of his muscle twitching. He lost everything in an instant and fell to the ground like a wriggling maggot. "No, no," he muttered to himself, insisting on standing up, but failed. A pair of boots appeared in front of him. Bayer looked up with his blurred vision, but the space was distorted again. He widened his eyes. Boots? What boots? The person standing in front of him was not a person. It was a golden sun. Bayer's mind was shattered under the violent impact. Even chaos could not make him succumb to his mind. But at this moment, it was as fragile as a baby. But it was only a moment. In the next second, his mind was glued together again, but the pain had not diminished at all. He screamed wildly, and his voice kept echoing on the bridge. Shenyan squatted down and looked at this twisted creature like a maggot without mercy, with no sadness or joy on his face. Frankly speaking, there was no hatred between him and Fabius Bayer. This was even the first time they met. But if we look at it from a macro level, the hatred between him and Bayer is huge. In the galaxy, Bayer is a special existence. Unlike other aliens or traitors, he also poses a threat to the existence of mankind. But it is another more dangerous threat. He rarely kills directly, and even rarely appears in the sight of the Empire. Despite this, the number of planets destroyed directly or indirectly by him is already countless. In his heart, the word same kind does not exist. There were only research materials and trading partners. As long as he could go further on the so-called truth he was pursuing, he was willing to sell out anyone and anything. The wizard raised his hand, and blue light emerged from his fingertips. The screaming bear calmed down, and his eyes regained full consciousness. This time, he did not shout or scream, but just stared straight at the wizard's face, as if he was looking at a creature he could not understand at all. "I have seen you many times, Fabius Bayer," Shenyan said slowly. "In addition to the prayers, sometimes I can hear the wailing of those who have died. You may not know, but many souls are still screaming. The number of the dead is incalculable. Among them are those who are willing to die, innocent people, those who died of old age, and those who died innocently as experimental materials under your hands." Shenyan smiled slightly, and the blue light became stronger and stronger. "They remember your face, remember your voice, and remember what you did to them. The wronged souls are looking for you, Bayer. You don't believe in the existence of so-called retribution. I know this. You think that your existence itself is a powerful rebuttal to the saying that good is rewarded with good and evil is punished with evil." The wizard shrugged. Indeed, before today, the so-called evil retribution had not come, but I am here, Bayer. He put his finger on Bayer's forehead, and his voice was almost whispered. "Your retribution has come, Dash, Captain of the War." The think tank's voice was filled with unconcealed surprise, and he almost rushed into Tushan's lounge. The current chapter master of the Salamanders raised his terrifying face and looked at his chief librarian. He said nothing, but waited quietly for the next words. The librarian could hardly utter a complete word. He gasped for air, and his dark face actually showed some redness. Now, Tushan was really surprised. What could have made Periel lose his composure like this? A great demon ran to their ship. "Don't be anxious, Periel. Take your time. You have plenty of time. Let me guess. Is it Lernus, or Darker? Have you contacted them?" "Neither, Chapter Master, neither." Periel raised his trembling right hand and put it on his temple, almost screaming, Him, the Emperor." What? Tushan still didn't understand what his librarian was talking about. Even with the extraordinary intelligence of the Astartes, it is probably impossible to deduce what Periel has experienced from these few words in a short time. Those who can do this should have joined Tsinj, but that talkative bird has long been destroyed. Emperor Imperial waved his hands, his eyes surging with deep blue psychic light. He transmitted what he had just seen to Tushan in full, and in the blue light, Tushan's eyes gradually became stained with the same color. He calmed down and followed the thoughts of the chief think tank to dig deeper. Not long after, a picture appeared in front of him. It was the ship parked opposite them. It floated quietly on the track, without any abnormality. Tushan stared at the picture closely. He knew that this was what the chief think tank was doing before. He must be using his psychic power to monitor the situation of the ship. The picture continued like this for a while, until a certain node, a node without any warning, the hull suddenly twisted. Thousands of portholes on its hull suddenly lit up with golden light, and the view of space was distorted. The scorching heat hit Tushan's face, and he felt that his eyes were almost melted. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. However, the story was not over yet. When the golden light went out, the ship disappeared. Nothing was left, not even a fragment, as if it did not exist in this world at all. "Captain, did you see it?" Imperial couldn't help but put his hands on his trembling shoulders to prevent his emotions from getting too excited and causing his psychic power to go out of control. He tried his best, but he still couldn't calm his psychic power. Not only did his eyes turn blue, but even the walls of the lounge began to tremble. "I saw it, Imperial." Tushan leaned back in his chair, speaking softly, with his eyes closed. "By the Emperor, he has appeared. But you still have to calm down. I don't want you to tear down my lounge, Pyro." "It's better not to blame him too much, Captain Tushan. Psychers are indeed unable to suppress their psychic powers when they are emotionally excited, but you can put this worry aside for now." A voice suddenly sounded, and Tushan opened his eyes suddenly. As his eyes opened, he saw the figure that appeared in his lounge. Soft golden light followed, and then him sounded in the air, and a man in a black robe stood in place, with a pair of golden wings of light behind him. He did not look at Tushan or Pyro, but stared at the air beside him, with a faint helpless expression. "Plus, do you have to add some special effects when I meet someone else?" "Plus with helplessness?" he Shenyan asked a certain old guy like this. "Plus, Sir Living Saint, I have to remind you that the propaganda caliber has not really changed yet. So, yes, I'm sorry, I'm afraid that every time you talk to them in the future, I will have to add some of what you call special effects to you, unless they are all 30k veterans. However, you also know that there are not many of them." The voice of a certain barbarian came from the psychic communication, with an unconcealable smile. The mage's face also twitched violently. He raised his head and was about to speak, but the commander of the salamanders and the chief think tank suddenly knelt on one knee, and the speed of the action was worthy of the name of Astartes. Shenyan opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, he finally found a topic worth opening. The mage, who was trying to make an expression like a living saint, coughed and said slowly, "No need to do this, I'm just a small person." Imperial's left eye jumped suddenly, and although he still lowered his head, his body shook a little. "Small person? The Emperor just appeared, and you appeared here with him, with a pair of golden wings behind you. Small person?" Shenyan glanced at him and said nothing, but his expression was a little tense. That old barbarian was really going to cause him trouble. He had not intended to say who he was. He came here simply to deal with Phoebeus Bile. In the past few hours, he had traveled all over the galaxy and killed all his clones. The one just now was the last one. Meeting this group of sons of Vulcan was simply a pleasant surprise. Shenyan had planned to use magic to disguise himself as a guard of the Imperial Guards to inform them to return to Terra Space Station for repairs. After all, the descendants of Vulcan were different from other warbands and their number was pitifully small. He had to give them some help. As a result, the magic was interrupted by the barbarian just as it was formed, and he also gave him a classic living saint trick. It was so troublesome. He coughed again and said, "Son of Vulcan, raise your head and look at me." Tushan raised his head, still not looking directly into Shenyan's eyes. The same is true for Imperial. The expression of the think tank cannot be described as pious, but only fanatical. He is not one of those veterans who still believe in the truth of the Empire, The think tank who grew up under the influence of the state religion has a very firm belief in his heart. What does it mean that a living saint appears here at this moment? The think tank whose brain circuit suddenly became simple took this as a kind of evidence that the emperor was watching them, and the appearance of the living saint naturally had a task to be assigned to them. What a supreme honor! If our father knew, he would definitely be proud of it. The mage who noticed the think tank's inner thoughts pursed his lips and felt a rare toothache. He put away his emotions and said again in that mysterious tone, "Sons of Vulcan, don't take my arrival too seriously. I am just a wandering soul. Please listen to me. Please speak." The voice of the warband leader was sonorous and powerful. Shenyan had no doubt at this time. Even if he asked them to sail to the Eye of Terror, Tushan would not hesitate at all. "Turn back, son of Vulcan. You have been wandering outside for too long and have suffered too long. So it's time." The mage's eyes turned and he suddenly thought of a good idea. "He is waiting, on Holy Terra. Turn back quickly and go home. Go to see him, son of Vulcan." Tushan looked at Shenyan in disbelief. Going to Holy Terra is the supreme honor for the Astartes of 40k. Only those who have made great contributions can receive this honor. He subconsciously ignored the Imperial Fists and the Ultramarines who have a good father, not to mention the second half of the words of this living saint. "What does that mean? Meet the Emperor?" After a long silence, Tushan spoke again. "But, don't we need to report to the Military Affairs Department and the Inquisition?" "No need to say more, son of Vulcan. You don't have to worry. No one can stop you. Just go ahead," Shenyan said while trying to hold back his laughter. Of course, in Tushan's eyes, this was a calm expression, which gave him great confidence. After saying this, he immediately disappeared from the spot. He also used psychic energy as a special effect for the end of the show, and did not forget to leave a piece of glorious feather for Tushan. He had to act to the end. The silent think tank stretched out his trembling hand and picked up the piece of glorious feather that fell on the ground. The warm light it shone through was felt by Periel even through the armor. The think tank's eyes were already warm. In the Empire, the Sons of Vulcan enjoy a high reputation, but few people have seen them. The reason is that they have suffered too much in the era before Vulcan returned. And now, the Emperor is calling us. Tushan's expression remained unchanged, not only because his facial nerves were damaged, but also because a greater determination was boiling in his heart. "All troops attack," he said. "Let's take back the two brothers on the planet below and set off on the return journey immediately." There is another 6K update, but I have something to do temporarily, so the update will be in the second half of the night. It is recommended to get up tomorrow morning to read it. The familiar rhythm is back. This is how I stayed up late to write in the first half of the year. Chapter 724 Conrad Kurz, Revenge. Let's be honest. There are tens of thousands of ships named Revenge in the Empire, but only this one can shock and daze everyone who sees it. After all, this is a planet-sized battleship. On the third deck, a civilian in respectable clothes was talking to an Astra Militarum soldier in plain clothes. The two were sitting on a bench in the park. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on Terra, just when the sun was coming out. The sunlight simulated by the artificial dome was very comfortable. The two sat comfortably on the bench, chatting and looking forward to the future. "I heard that the fifth city is also going to be built." "So soon?" asked the Astra Militarum soldier, with the double-headed eagle emblem on his hat shining. "Wasn't it just announced half a year ago that the fourth city was completed? You know the efficiency of those construction teams." The civilian shrugged and took a bite of the apple in his hand. The sweetness made him smile uncontrollably. "What's a city? You haven't seen the reconstruction of Terra 3 years ago. I was there at that time and met His Royal Highness the Regent." The Astra Militarum rolled his eyes. "Come on, Edwin. You have to bring this up every time we chat." "Humphrey, I've also met the captain of the Revenge." Hearing this, the civilian put down the apple in his hand seriously and pointed to the dome above his head. "Don't talk nonsense, Cohen. The Emperor is watching us in the sky. The captain is a living saint. He is busy saving mankind every day. How could you have met him?" "I have seen him," Cohen said angrily. "If you don't believe it, forget it. Those books describe the captain as a machine." "Bah!" He vented his dissatisfaction loudly. "The captain is not a weird machine. He is our captain. Do you understand? He is the embodiment of revenge. Have you heard his speech? I have. I was on the ship at that time, broadcasting to the whole ship. Cohen stood up and spoke solemnly. Hunting. Soldiers, we are going to start a hunting. We will not accept any surrender, any form of weakness or roundabout tactics. From now on, we will find the enemy in the universe and smash them in the universe. We will find the enemy on the planet and kill them on the planet. We will fight in the forest, fight in the Gobi Desert, fight in the hive, and fight anywhere we are needed, until they are all dead. Until that day, we can return here. Say to Sergeant Pride, rest in peace. The civilian named Edwin looked at Cohen in amazement. He had known this Astra Militarum for more than half a year, but had never seen this side of him. They first met in a bar. At that time, Cohen was just a Cadian who looked a little melancholy. Could it be that what he said was true? Those things about the captain? Edwin began to recall some of the things Cohen had revealed in the past 6 months, such as the captain was a handsome man, tall, and often wore a black robe. People often saw him walking on the bridge. He was very gentle to people, but not to aliens and damned traitors. Cohen also said that the captain had kicked Nurgle's ass in person. The last thing was too outrageous, but the previous ones, now thinking about it, did have some truth. Wait, Sergeant Pride. Edwin turned his head suddenly and looked at the church behind the park. It had a tall Gothic spire made of ivory white stone. It was magnificent, but not luxurious, and even surprisingly simple. He stuttered and said, Pride Cathedral? Cohen looked at him calmly and nodded. Yes, the Pride Cathedral is named after Sergeant Pride. Edwin, I can see that you don't go to the public reading area very often. Sergeant Pride's name has long been spread from the Vengeance to the Terra space station. He is an extremely great hero. I once fought side by side with him. That was when we were on Bunder. Cohen made a sky eagle salute in front of his chest and said piously, Alas, may the Emperor and the Captain bless his soul. In short, you, a Terran, will not understand. Edwin's eyes twitched suddenly. What do you mean by you, a Terran? He shouted. The Astra Militarum ignored his reaction at all, smiled maliciously, turned around and left. Only Edwin was left standing there, alone. He stood there for several minutes, and finally decided to go to the public reading area to look up the story of Sergeant Pride. Shenyan opened his eyes, with a slightly strange expression. He had just returned to the Vengeance not long ago, and the Magic Circle Center, which seemed a little excited, could not wait to complete the docking with him. The Vengeance once again became an extension of his will. The work efficiency of various parts of the Hell has increased by about 70%. Although no one knows except him, the Vengeance is very happy at the moment. However, this is not the reason for his strange expression. The reason for showing such an expression is because of the thoughts of the people on the ship. Due to the special nature of the center, it will passively read the brains of every human who boarded the Vengeance. This human rights-free approach can fundamentally solve the problem of chaos pollution. Of course, it will also bring some new problems. For example, he found that many people are selling his statues and paintings. To be fair, those works are pretty good, but there is only one problem. He likes the feeling of wearing clothes. His pectoral muscles are not so exaggerated, his chin is not so square, and his expression is not as arrogant as you are fucking called Korn. Touching his chin, the mage thought, why not say this to Korn someday? It must be very interesting. Wait, did I do too many interesting things when I was back to normal? He began to count them one by one. On the way to kill Fabius Bile through a portal, he cast a spell on a bald Astra Militarum soldier to make his hair grow back. On the way to kill Fabius Bile through a portal, he found a group of slain Eshwarbans having a party, so he took away their ability to feel pleasure, and then dragged them out of the ship one by one and tied them to their ship as figureheads. How many Fabius Bile did I kill on the way to kill Fabius Bile through a portal? After a rough calculation, the wizard raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard about this man's madness, but he still didn't expect that he could clone 372 of himself and place them all over the galaxy. If he hadn't been unlucky and suddenly ran into Shenyan, a drunk driver driving a 6-wheeled truck, he would probably continue his research in the galaxy for a long time. I really did a lot of big things in these 48 hours. Sitting in the captain's room, he said to himself, First, I dealt with the godhood of the damned, then I hit someone while drunk driving, and I also worked part-time as a hair transplant doctor on the way. What about you? A golden light flashed, and the emperor appeared in front of him. Oh, number. It was an illusory emperor, even just a bust, and even his face was faintly rippled, looking like a character that appeared in an old transistor TV. The emperor's expression was not very good. He did not use the official expression, not the expression accepted by all mankind, the emperor's expression that appeared in every painting, looking into the distance with a firm expression, but another expression commonly known as "I am really fucking unhappy." Let us reiterate that the emperor really has superpowers. At least he answered the wizard's question with an expression. Shenyan stared at him for a long time, and suddenly laughed out loud. "You are indeed a lot more cheerful after throwing away the burden of divinity, old man." The emperor sneered. "It's as if you didn't work part-time as a hair transplant doctor on the road." "Same here. Let's get back to the topic." Okay, let's get back to the topic." Shrugging his shoulders, the wizard waved his hand and conjured up a bottle of Coca-Cola that he hadn't seen for a long time, still in a glass cup, with ice cubes rising and falling inside. He drank a big sip with satisfaction before speaking. "The vengeance is ready and can set off at any time." He shook the cup to dilute the bubbles. "For now, I just need to wait for Gilliman to be ready." "This is really one of the few good news at the moment," the emperor replied with a gloomy face. "As you can see, my friend, I am really pissed off by one of my sons." "Oh, do you dare to prolong the ending of this word a little longer? Oh, aren't you going to ask which son it is?" "What's there to ask?" Shenyan raised his head, took a big gulp of Coke, and exhaled with satisfaction. "Anyway, you will tell me in the end, right? I am too lazy to guess. Anyway, it is either the Midnight Wanderer or the Wild and Untamed Wolf." The emperor watched him drink Coke expressionlessly, and silently said something that almost made the mage spit out the soda. "Is my family education really a failure?" Cough cough cough. "No. You can't, suddenly, tell a bad joke," Shenyan said with a cough and a smile. "And you can't make a joke out of something that doesn't exist." "Please, stop using your sense of humor to make fun of me," the Lord of Mankind said sternly. "Self-deprecation is already a concession. I don't intend to hide anything. Yes, it's Conrad Kurz, my tortured son." "Let me guess. You persuaded him to come back, and he refused?" "It's worse than that. He turned to chaos." "Not that bad." "Oh, so he probably scolded you. Well, this does make sense. Let me guess. He must have said something very unpleasant, right?" The emperor shook his head slightly, and the illusory bust flickered. "No, he has been cursing himself. No matter how I persuade him, it's useless." "That's interesting. I remember he suffers from schizophrenia." The mage raised his eyebrows. "It seems that the fair and upright soul is in the upper hand at this time. He must have suffered a lot in the warp. The road of self-exile is not easy to walk." The emperor did not answer this sentence. He seemed to be thinking. However, Shenyan knew that he was not in deep thought, but in sorrow. The reason why he had such a thoughtful expression was that he had been sad too many times and had long been accustomed to using another expression to cover up his true emotions. Shenyan ignored the emperor, who was caught in an emotional storm, and dispersed the Coke. "Who is Conrad Kurz?" Batman might have a lot in common with him, but he might not. There is no need to describe Kurz's life in detail. Everything has been concluded. He is a betrayer, a beast, a monster called Killer by the Messenger of Chaos. Just like his name, Midnight Haunter, a cruel, violent and extremely unstable madman. A person who is obsessed with hunting criminals, a person who has been tortured by terrible illusions all his life. Poor man. In the magic world, prophecy is a very profound subject. Thousands of different ways of prophecy make this subject complicated and unbearable, and most of the prophecies are actually vague and ambiguous sentences. Over time, not many people are willing to study such a subject. However, there are always exceptions. For example, those who are born with the ability to predict. Shenyan still remembers that in the books of Kamartaj, these people are called unfortunates. Isn't it a good thing to be able to see the future? Why are they called unfortunates? The answer is actually very simple. The future is uncertain. The future you see may not be the future you think it is. It sounds complicated, but in fact, this ability can be explained in the most straightforward sentences. This is not the so-called gift from God. It is a fucking curse. How can those who only focus on the future see the present? Konrad Kurz is such a prophet, and the worst one among them. He has been troubled by the darkest illusions, and nothing he sees is good. If it were just like this, it would make people extreme at best. But the place where he grew up was Nostromo, also known as the Star of Eternal Night, which was shrouded in thick dust and pollution, dark and cold. Despite rumors, the perpetual night of Nostromo is caused by atmospheric pollution and eclipses caused by its orbital synchronization with the moon Tenebo. Apart from the bad natural environment, this place is basically Gotham 1,000 times bigger. So, what happens when you throw a child with great power and a bad future into a living hell? Bang! That's what happened. Konrad Kurz died and the Night Haunter was born. A cruel monster obsessed with killing anyone who was guilty. His methods were so terrible that many Primarchs thought he was crazy. But there was another thing that made him even crazier. Kurz's original plan for his legion was to recruit only the most noble and intelligent warriors in Nostromo to join the army. As a result, in order to cope with the imperial taxation, the local nobles of Nostromo began to recruit murderers and thieves from the prison. Kurz had the honor of being the only Primarch who hated his legion, treating them as guilty people and hunting them down. Even Angren thought this was outrageous. According to gossip, he once spoke of Kurz with a pitying tone when the butcher's nail was not in effect. It was unknown how Kurz would react if he knew about this. So, how to save such a person? Looking up at the Emperor, the mage pondered for a while and said, "You want to save him, right?" "Of course." "Then, let's reach a consensus first." "How about it?" "What consensus?" "The prophetic ability you gave him is the source of his misfortune in life." The Emperor was silent for several minutes, then nodded silently, saying nothing, and his illusory face wrinkled into a ball. Then the mage said slowly, "What if we remove this ability? Will his schizophrenia be somewhat better?" "His prophetic ability is uncontrollable because it comes from his soul," the Emperor said with his head down. At this time, he was more like a father who knew his mistakes but didn't know how to make amends. So, removing the prophetic ability is basically impossible. He closed his eyes, but suddenly opened his eyes the next second because of the mage's rebuttal. "Who said it's impossible?" Shenyan asked back. "His ability to predict comes from Tsinch." Most of those ghostly visions were instilled in him by the despicable bird, weren't they? You didn't think of this when you made the deal? Or rather, you thought that you could use the shining points in the humanity of these children to interpret the power of the four evil gods. The result is obvious. You failed. But this doesn't mean that you have lost everything. The Emperor frowned. "Go on." "Look," the wizard explained to him patiently, "his ability to predict comes from Tsinch. Now, although Tsinch is dead, the emotions representing wisdom and strategy are still churning in the warp. His authority has not disappeared, because there are always intelligent beings in the world who like to arrange troops and play conspiracies and tricks. This has caused Kurz's ability to never disappear. So what if we keep him away from the warp? Will this ability to predict slowly weaken and disappear? Even if it doesn't, it's at least better than him being able to see only the bad side now, isn't it?" The Emperor didn't know what to say anymore. He just kept nodding, eyes wide open, lips curved downward, the muscles around his mouth trembling slightly. The warp. Somewhere unspeakable, a man in a tattered black cloak pulled a spear from the chest of a Slaanesh demon. His hair was messy, black like the eyes of a dead person, and his skin was as pale as the dead. This is one of the characteristics of the Nostromo people. Needless to say, this man is Konrad Kurz, who has been in self-exile for 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, he ushered in his destined death. Since childhood, he had seen that scene and knew that he would be killed by the assassin sent by the Emperor, and he was willing to accept this ending. However, Kurz did not expect another thing. He was a Primarch, and Primarchs were creatures of the warp. The body would die, but the soul would not. After his body died, Konrad Kurz's soul was reborn in the warp. In the first 1,000 years, he could not accept this fact, and he kept fighting every day and tried to find a strong enemy to commit suicide. But it was useless. Nothing could kill him. His stealth skills and ability to spread fear, which were already ingrained in his bones, even made the demons unwilling to fight him. In desperation, Kurz could only create difficulties for himself as much as possible. For example, he insisted on not wearing armor, using only rough stone spears as weapons, not eating, not drinking water, and not resting. Frankly speaking, he lived like an ascetic. He tortured himself every day, questioning his conscience and soul. He wanted to die completely. Because even here, Kurz could still see those horrible illusions. He saw the death of many people, Astra Militarum, civilians, Astartes, and many tragedies. This made his conscience a lot more stable. He was in pain. Yes, that was enough. Konrad Kurz ended the battle, without stopping for a moment, and embarked on a journey to find the next one. Holding the stone spear, he walked silently on the wasteland. The scenery in the warp is usually chaotic and disordered. He has been walking on this gray land for 1,500 years. Maybe the next second it will become a dangerous jungle. Of course, it may continue for another 1,500 years. No one can tell. The lifeless eyes of the Midnight Haunter slightly raised. He wanted to confirm whether there was a shadow in front of him that he could enter. However, the world suddenly changed in front of him. In his opinion, just a blink of an eye, the world became another look. A peaceful, safe city scene where people live and work in peace and contentment. A scene he had imagined for his hometown but never completed. Konrad Kurz let out a furious shout. I can't write anymore. I owe you 400. The update should be in the evening. It's 4 o'clock in the morning now, and the author has to get up after 3 hours of sleep. Chapter 725. Gilliman is really fertile. His outburst lasted for a while. The Night Haunter thought that the scene in front of him was an illusion, so he smashed and roared recklessly. Except for not hurting the civilians who were fleeing, he did almost everything. Even at this moment when he was almost out of control, Kurz still did not hurt any innocent people. He ran barefoot on the asphalt road. He screamed loudly like a real madman, and even waved the stone spear in his hand to smash some cars. The pale skin and hideous expression unique to the Nostromo star made many onlookers unable to move. But this tall monster in their eyes did not intend to hurt anyone. If that thing had not happened, things should have gone like this. The police rushed to the scene, and Kurz found that the matter was not simple. The remaining consciousness realized that this might not be an illusion created by the subspace, so he surrendered and was simply imprisoned. Anyway, he had always wanted to atone for his sins, and being imprisoned just met his wish. However, the air began to boil. Not only that, a blood-colored shockwave rushed down from the sky, and the violent explosion made Kaz stop. He turned his head and saw a bloody scene. The city that was just peaceful was now ablaze, and people were screaming and crying everywhere. Some people hit by the shockwave were transformed into some kind of mindless zombies on the spot, with yellow light flashing in their eyes. They pounced on others without hesitation and began to kill according to the guidance of some special will. In front of this doomsday scene of the disaster, Kaz, who had lost his mind, suddenly regained consciousness. That's it, he pulled a mocking smile on his hideous face. Do you think this can shake me? Do you think that creating the illusion of people being slaughtered can make me believe? A scream interrupted his words, and a woman holding a child in her arms cried and dodged the attack of several monsters. Kaz stopped talking abruptly, and his body reacted faster than he thought. Without a moment's hesitation, the Night Haunter crossed over to the other side of the road in an instant, holding the stone spear high in his hand. Bang! Rather than piercing, it was more like piercing. Those humans who had become monsters under the influence of an unknown force did not gain any physical strength, but with just one strike, the stone spear pierced them all. Seeing this scene, the woman screamed even louder. It was unknown whether it was because of this scene or because of Kaz's appearance, which was more terrifying than the monsters covered in blood. The Night Haunter had no time to care about the screams of this civilian. He stopped immediately after killing these monsters. His innate ability to predict the future began to really work at this time. The familiar feeling made him stunned. If the things that appeared in front of him this time were those illusions, then what did I just see? He did not think for too long. The horrific scene and the illusion made Kaz tremble all over, not because of fear, but because of anger. he saw the sky turned blood red, and countless portals opened above the earth. A large number of demons poured out from them and drank the blood of humans. Slaughter, wailing, death, sacrifice. The demons spared no human being they saw, whether soldiers or civilians, male or female, old or young. Their goal was always the same. This blue planet soon fell under their ravages, and demon altars were built all over the world. They began to use human corpses to summon the power from the deepest part of hell, wanting to transform this place into a new hell. However, there was still one person who could stop them. A whisper began to circulate in his ears. He didn't understand it, but he remembered it firmly. Repent here, until it is done. No, Kaz roared again, relying on the power of his will to tear apart the illusion created by the prophecy. For the first time in his life, the scene of fire rising to the sky appeared again in front of him, and his face was gloomy, and his teeth clashed with each other. The woman's voice came from behind him, using a language that was somewhat similar to Gothic, but completely different. Kaz didn't understand it, but it didn't prevent him from catching her fearful but firm and caring tone. A sense of absurdity rose in his heart. "You dare to care about me?" He turned his head with a heavy breath. The woman looked at him in fear, but did not leave. Frankly speaking, Kurz's honor at this time was not good. He died and used his soul to exile himself in the warp for 10,000 years. His appearance became more terrifying under the influence of his mind. His skin was pale and his eyes were sunken. He looked more like a ghost than a human. After a moment of silence, the woman spoke again, still using that tone. Trembling, the baby in her arms cried and waved his little hands, frightened by the surrounding environment. Kurz's eyes seemed to be nailed on the baby. He looked at this little life in disbelief, with an expression that was incredible and indescribable. "Ah!" the woman screamed again, pointing at Kurz's back and shouting loudly. The Midnight Haunter was too lazy to turn his head. The stone spear with several corpses skewered on it suddenly hit the ground, and several new corpses appeared. He stared at the baby, speechless, his dry lips trembling. Is this really an illusion? If this is why his keen five senses keep telling him that this place is real? Kurz has been dealing with illusions for a lifetime. When the prophetic power takes effect, he is like being wrapped in a ball of jelly, and his feet can't even step on the real ground. But the frequency of illusions is too high, and he can't help but gradually fall into it. At this moment, the scene in front of him, whether it is the woman, the crying baby in her arms, or the surrounding environment, they are all conveying a message to Kurz's keen five senses. We are real. You too. The Midnight Haunter raised his hand and stared at his palm. A terrible guess rose in his heart. He held his breath and concentrated, and gradually heard the heartbeat in his ears. It belonged to his own heartbeat. Am I resurrected? Konrad Kurz raised his head and stared at the sky, without saying a word, and then quickly took the woman away from the original place, and even did not forget to save other survivors along the way. Oh, it seems that he found it. On the Vengeance, the wizard drank a sip of tea and commented, "Didn't you say he would never notice it? Your son is not a fool." The wizard rolled his eyes. Time stopped, and a new body was created for him, and his soul was stuffed into it, and then he was taken across the boundary to a new world. It would be strange if he didn't notice it. The difference between being alive and being dead is huge. Okay? The bust of the Emperor was still floating in front of him, like a ghost. At this time, his expression was full of worry. Is it good or bad to throw him into such a world? Hearing this, Shenyan smiled lightly. Environment is very important in a person's growth process. He suddenly started talking about another topic that was completely unrelated to this matter. The same person can become a completely different person because of two completely different environments. Even if they are essentially the same, the environment can shape everything. Let's make an assumption. Look, there is a child named John here. Let's call him John for now. His father is a worker, alcoholic, and domestic violence. John's mother is mentally ill and stays in a room with closed curtains all day long, muttering to herself. In such a family environment, he didn't go to school for many years. He dropped out of school in his second year of high school. When he grew up, John became a truck driver. He didn't have close friends with anyone, and his colleagues said he was a weird person. He hardly talked to his parents, except for a regular call home every Christmas. The person he talked to the most throughout the year was cats. Yes, John has a lot of cats at home, but not because he likes them, but because he feels sorry for them. There are many stray cats in the city, some are abandoned, and some survive with difficulty. John often feeds them at home and tells them how he is doing recently. The cats always listen patiently. Some of them would stop eating when he spoke and use their heads to nudge his hands. A few years later, John was reported by his neighbors for his strange behavior. He spent 2 months in prison. After he was released, he killed 7 people in 3 years. The last time he killed someone, he was shot dead by a police officer who rushed over. The emperor listened quietly without saying a word. Shenyan continued to narrate. His eyes were scattered and he was not standing on a certain point. His tone was vague, as if he was telling a true story. But there is another John. This John has a happy family. His father is also a worker, but he never drinks. Not to mention domestic violence. He has never even spoken loudly to his wife. John's mother is a tailor, and the family of 3 lives a happy life. John's grades can only be described as average. He is very serious about studying, but he is not cut out for it. Fortunately, his parents are not too demanding. They know very well that academic performance is not everything. John grew up healthy and became a local policeman. In an incident where cultists kidnapped a family of 5 and tried to perform a blood sacrifice, John single-handedly saved them and paid the price with his own life. But he died without any regrets. The emperor spoke. This John listened to me. The wizard waved his hand. Yes, just as you think, the 2 Johns are essentially the same person. I also know what you want to ask. Are these 2 stories true? He laughed. What do you think? He asked back. Are the stories true? Do they have to be true? Does John really exist? Did I do anything in it? What about the cultists? No, these are not the point of the problem, my friend. The point of the problem is that your sons could have become better people. The emperor did not speak, but withdrew the communication in silence. Obviously, he was once again heartbroken because of his mistakes. Shaking his head, Shenyan was too lazy to care about the self-pitying old man. He exhaled lightly and began to check various materials. This star battleship is no longer as empty as before. There are more than 600 million surviving Terran civilians resting and recuperating on it. If nothing goes wrong, this is their new home. The ecological dome designed and called by the Magic Circle Center can ensure that the cities on the lower deck have a real natural environment, sunlight, 4 seasons and soil that can grow crops. Many people even think that this is the legendary paradise. In addition to civilians, the Vengeance also has 10 complete Astra military army corps, all equipped with the latest weapons and armor. There are Cadians inside, who are the largest in number. Then there are a small number of former Terran defense forces, such as the Lucifer Blackguards, and even some soldiers who originally belonged to the Krieg Death Corps. The composition is very mixed, but it doesn't matter. These 10 Astra military legions are stationed on the 2nd deck of the Vengeance, and all the benefits are of the highest level. The latest weapons and equipment can be used first, and training can be carried out through simulation cabins to conduct real death battles. As for food and leisure time entertainment activities, there is no need to say more. It can be said that except for the Krieg people, other Astra Militarum legions have fallen in love with this place. Next is the Astartes. The old friend Iron Snake's chapter. 460 monks are stationed here for a long time. They have a separate bridge as a place for living and training, and can go to the lower deck every 2 years to recruit soldiers. This is a special benefit, and the reason for the 2-year period is that the Iron Snake's chapter is not yet fully staffed. However, according to the monitoring of the Magic Circle Center, when the commander of the Insil chapter saw this benefit, he almost slipped off his chair. Then there was a group of ultramarines sent by Gilliman. When I say a group, don't think there were only a few hundred or 1,000 men in a chapter. The pure and innocent Imperial Regent stuffed 3,000 ultramarines into the Vengeance without blushing or beating his heart. 1,000 of them were veterans, and the rest were all new recruits who had just joined the army. The mage thought, "You are not honest, Gilliman. Where are your holy books?" Then there were the Imperial Fists, 1,000 of them stationed here. In other words, the Vengeance now has 4,460 Astartes. This number is simply shocking, but except for the 1000 Imperial Fists, the rest are all Gilliman's children. This is 2 Ultramarines. I wonder if he will be so fertile after he gets married. Shenyan made a weird and very blasphemous joke. In fact, he had already told this joke to the Emperor. The latter's reaction was also very weird. The Emperor actually asked who would be the priest to preside over the ceremony. In addition, Shenyan saw some mechanical priests in the list of boarding personnel. There were not many people, only 100. Their leader was a Mechanicus sage named Dominius Belisarius Call. The purpose of coming here is technical exchange. Technical exchange? Technical exchange. Why do you come to my ship instead of going to Terra Space Station? Frowning, Shenyan immediately decided to meet this great sage Call. There is also a 6K update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.